Hi, Barbara. You're muted.
How are you, Iris?
Oh, fine. I had a medical procedure yesterday, so I shouldn't be typing, but
Are you okay?
yeah, we'll talk.
What?
We'll talk. I'll tell you.
Okay.
Yes, everything's gonna be fine. They will not be starting until 9 a.m. They're having breakfast right now. Yes. So we
And I have a dentist appointment at 10, which I have to go to. So I thought I'd catch the first hour and a half and then go and then come back and get it again after. So they're taking a break now, a breakfast break.
Yes.
No.
So I joined in at 8. I think it was just a few minutes before 8. But yeah, they just put a message on the chat that they're having breakfast and they will start at 9 a.m.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, I went yesterday. I got to go to the dermatologist, and she found a little thing on my chin. So they did they scrape it, and I'll have to wait.
Okay.
So, this little Band-Aid won't stay on.
Ay.
No.
I need to for just a few minutes. I'm going to go to another meeting with the bankers, so probably just be simultaneously in 2 places.
I know.
With 2 different computers, but just to advise the other meeting
Bye.
that I'm here.
Are you looking forward to relaxing in the Bahamas?
You bet.
Yeah, me too.
You bet. Yeah.
Too.
I work this weekend, so
yeah.
Yeah, so it's
It'll be good for you to just kind of relax, and we're just gonna have
yes.
a short board meeting, nothing,
Yes.
they'll do a short presentation, site inspection, and the rest of the time we're free. Although she's doing a surprise for us, which I know what it is, but I can't tell.
Well, thank you.
Not allowed to tell anybody. She wants a surprise, so
Yes, that's lovely.
yeah.
I'm going to I need to grab something, so I'm going to mute myself and stop. I mean the video. Okay. So see you soon.
All right, bye.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. All right, good morning, everyone. It is 8:59. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started. Okay, thank you. All right. So good morning to everyone in the room. And quickly, I'm just going to show our friends who have joined us via Zoom. You're seeing the thing. So if you're on via Zoom, go ahead and give a wave if you'd like. I know it's really early. Hi, Eddie. We see you waving. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope to see you all in person soon. Oh, more waving. Thanks, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be hosting another hybrid meeting. This is our second one of the year. We had one in January, so I'm really happy about this. I'm happy to see more of you in the room. And so I just want to go over very quickly, already did the welcome. And so just the meeting etiquette, of course, if you're on camera, please use your chat. Please use the chat to submit your questions. Christina is going to be your liaison to the room. So Christina will relay your chat questions into the room. You may choose or turn your camera on if you choose, and this meeting is being recorded. If you are in the room, please keep your masks on unless actively eating or speaking. And we were going to use elbow bumps elbow bumps as much as we can. And that's going to set the stage for our other attendees as they arrive, being the great group of chapter leadership that you are. So now, without further announcements from me, I would like to invite up Madam Chris Settlemeyer, our chapter president's council chairwoman.
Thank you, everybody. And you who are Zooming in, thank you for taking your time to do so. For all of you who are here in person, I can't tell you how awesome it is to finally be face to face again. And I think the interesting thing was Eben pointed out a couple weeks ago, Eben Peck, our legislative guru, that our last ASTA in-person event was Ledge Day last February. Our first post-COVID event is ASTA Ledge Day. And of course, we had the CPC meeting connected with both. So welcome back, welcome home. I feel like we're a big family getting all together again. How many of you here are attending CPC for the first time? Okay, thank you, thank you. It's great to have you all. So, okay. So without me taking any more of Jasmine's precious time, I am so thrilled that since she went on maternity leave and came back, Jasmine is now a full-time chapter staff member. So a lot of what's happening is specifically due to the fact that she is concentrating and focusing solely on the chapter system, which we all know is so completely vital to ASTA. So Jasmine, we love you and it's all yours.
All right, thanks, Chris. And so as Chris alluded to, when I went on maternity leave, I had a little bit of time to kind of imagine what I would like to see the chapter system to look like, and really how I wanted to be of service to you all. So some of the things that are going to be coming forward, and we'll start to dive into this now, and we'll go, actually, sorry, I'm going to take this off since I'm actively speaking. We're going to go over this a little bit more in August, is I'm going to make sure that I am helping you all understand the metrics behind where your chapters are. And that's going to start with what I'm calling, don't be scared, chapter report cards. And so your regional directors are going to get a report every quarter that's going to let them know how many minutes have been turned in and different metrics like that. Before I start measuring metrics, I think it's very important that we dive into the basics of chapter requirements so that you have the information of what you're going to be held accountable for. So that's what this Back to Basics series is going to be like. And we have chapter requirements, which is what we ask you to do as chapter representatives. That's the very basics. And then we also have chapter guidelines. That's what takes a good chapter to a great chapter. And so we're just focusing right now on the requirements today. And we're going to do a deep dive into the requirements around officers. And at this time, I would like to ask my regional directors to jump in as you see fit, as I'm talking about chapter officers, as they all have served as chapter officers and chapter presidents. So let's get started. So chapter officers, we're going to start with what's required and encouraged. So ASTA requires that each chapter have a president, vice president / secretary, and treasurer. Chapters should have other leadership positions. And being a leader within an ASTA chapter is one of the easiest ways to enter into the world of leadership within our association. We want to be providing opportunities for as many people as possible to become a part of the leadership within ASTA. And that includes you all. So if you are providing different chair positions, you're providing different committee positions, that allows people to engage with your chapter. When people are engaged with your chapter, especially through a leadership position, they're more likely to stay a member of your chapter and also a member of ASTA. So when I say chapters should have other leadership positions other than the ones we have listed above, I do really mean that they should. And here's why. You really need a good team around you if you're a chapter president. And if you're not a chapter president, you need to be a part of a team that is helping your chapter move forward. And that is because the chapter requirements cannot be met by one person working alone. They cannot. They are not designed that way. And for people who do it all on their own, it is going to be very, very, very stressful. So I cannot emphasize enough the importance of either being on that team that's helping your chapter grow or being a chapter president and surrounding yourself with that team. Before I move on to some more deep dive stuff, I want to ask any of the regional directors if they have anything they want to contribute to that conversation about the importance of having good officers and a team. And you guys have your mics in front of you if you'd like to.
I just think that as Jasmine mentioned, you should have a group of people that you work along fine. I mean, that you get along with, that you're friendly, that you have the same ideas. Because if you have a team that doesn't get along, it doesn't work. And I think it is very important to have a fun group. A group of people that you get along with and you could get the same ideas and you want to work together. I mean, sometimes that holds the growth of the chapter. And
so I'm the regional director of the Pacific Northwest. And so my chapter is the Portland chapter. And Ann is our president. And sometime over the course of the last year, our treasurer, Wendy, was having some trouble with the bank accounts and all of this, and just some like frustrating drama back and forth, all this stuff. And we had a Zoom executive board meeting, and this is how you know that we get along well. She was drinking straight from the bottle of wine.
True story. True story. Sometimes you need that. Yeah. Well, thanks so much for contributing. Did you have anything, Lois, or are you good?
I think it's just really important, not only that you will get along, but that you trust each other. And trust is a major, major importance, because if your chapter doesn't trust each other or your officers, you can't succeed.
And along those same lines, if you are a chapter president or your chapter leadership and you're having trouble finding those good people, please reach out to me. I am your resource. I will help you find people. There are probably people out there that, you may not quite be reaching. And plus, when something comes from ASTA headquarters, people, might sit up and listen a little bit more, especially a call for leadership. So if there's anything that I can do personally to help you find those good people, please let me know and I will do that. It's important that you all have a team surrounding you or you're a part of that team to do the work that chapters need to be done. We understand that it is a lot that we expect from you, and we want to make sure you have as much support as possible. That is why you now have a full-time person in this position to support you. before we move on about chapter officers, does anyone have any questions? All right. Yeah,
Just a point though.
Yeah.
I think it's also important to be very specific about what the roles are for those people that are in leadership positions.
Yes.
So that we give them detailed roles, and they understand exactly what needs to be done.
Right.
So they're not just jumping onto a board and they're not sure exactly what they.
Right. So to repeat that, so Bill was saying we need to be specific about the roles. And here is the thing. When it comes to the actual duties of your chapter officers, ASTA headquarters allows the chapters to define those duties as best will work for the chapter. So some chapters have a vice president of membership because that works really well for them. Some chapters have a vice president who serves almost as a secondary to the president in the way that if the president can't make something or run something, then they step in. But working together with your board, define those roles. And when if you want to bring on a new person, make sure you're bringing them in, like you said, to a defined role. For example, as you know, those millennials, i.e. me, if you're telling me you want me to be your social media chair, tell me exactly what it is you want. I would like you to post, our meetings to social media. I would like to have 3 posts a week. Whatever your expectations are, setting those up front for any officer or chair position is going to make that easier and allow people to volunteer. We want people to volunteer and we want people to be a part of the national leadership in this way. We do need to make sure we're bringing them into defined roles. All right. So getting into some things with chapter presidents. So chapter presidents are appointed by ASTA headquarters. And of course, any interested applicants should contact myself for an application. We can start new chapters if need be. And this is specifically, especially as chapters transition. If you have someone in your chapter who is interested in being in chapter president, and if you're a chapter president and you're interested in doing other things for ASTA, then the proper process is for that person to then apply to be chapter presidents. So I've seen a lot of where a chapter will say, oh, we have a new chapter president, but that person is not yet the chapter president until they go through the application process. If our chapters should be leadership generating organizations. Your chapter should be generating leaders. You should be constantly multiplying. There always should be someone coming through the ranks. That is how you have continual chapter growth. There should be someone you're looking to mentor. There should be someone who you're looking to have come in. And even if you plan on being chapter president for the next 20 years, there should always be someone ready to step into that role. And so when they are ready to step into that role, or they would like to, make sure they go through the proper protocols by submitting their application. And they can ask me for an application. I'm happy to do that. But we should be generating leadership. We should be looking to encourage leadership in whatever capacity people are willing to serve. This group is about connecting our members to our organization, and chapters is one of the best ways that we can do that. So of course, I will warn you, I had Peter Lavasso review these slides, and so he, some of them are very wordy. Bill, did you have a question?
So I know that we joke about the 20-year president term, but is there a time that you might say that that president has won their term and you're going to suggest a president?
So no. However, there is no official way of saying that there's no term limit is what I'm trying to say. However,
that's bullcrap. You didn't tell me that 5 years ago.
so it used to, so let me clarify that. Actually, I think this is a point of clarification. In the application, we asked that president serve at least 2 terms or at least 2 years, because it takes a while for you to get up and running, for you to understand. So we ask that you serve at least 2 years, but as long as it is beneficial for you to serve as chapter president and beneficial for ASTA, you are welcome to serve as long as you would like. I've had some tough conversations with chapter presidents, encouraging them to, for lack of a better word, retire, and bring up new leadership. And so as long as they're serving the chapter, it's serving them, and they want to, and they're meeting all their chapter requirements, then we officially will not will not say, we're cutting off your term. But like you said, we joke about the 20-year terms, but honestly, we really should be generating leadership at this point. And I would encourage you, for your own health, not to serve a 20-year term as chapter president, in the sense that it may stagnate the chapter. You should be building someone who's coming up behind you. Also, being a chapter president is a lot of work. We recognize that. Being in chapter leadership is a lot of work. And so we would like you to serve ASTA in a capacity as long as you are able to, and it doesn't become a burden to you. And I feel like after 10 or 20 years, it definitely will become that. Yes. Oh, sorry.
Okay, okay.
But it's and everyone's new, we've been trying to the last few months. But it is the job descriptions.
Mhm.
So, we have a social media coordinator, we have a tech guy, who really is, but like a membership coordinator, I think initially it was, okay, I'll do membership and, I'm gonna welcome people and she's got a lot of great ideas, but then it's really dealing with problematic, which I don't think she was expecting. And so I was just curious if people have job descriptions for whatever positions they have on their board, it would be great to share those. So we're not reinventing the wheel and also get ideas from each other and share that information. I don't know
Yeah.
if we can- if there's something-
I can compile, Linda, if you can write down that Jasmine will send out a survey, compiling job descriptions from chapters.
It could even be posted on Facebook, on
Yeah.
the Facebook group or in the files on the Facebook.
Yeah, I know that they exist. So the question was about job descriptions. I know there are chapters out there who have really great job descriptions. So what I will do as part of follow-up to a meeting is create a survey where we can submit those, and then I will post them to the appropriate, your CPC resources page, as well as the chapter Facebook and stuff like that. And I'll start compiling those. It's something I will do to support you all. You're welcome. Yes.
The reason, and going back to the 20 years in the chapter, the reason we there were terms, just like the board, 4 years, 2 terms, you could, in 2 years for 2 consecutive terms, up to 4 years. We had so much trouble finding good people to represent the chapters that we just couldn't let them go. So that's why we went into the forever and ever term. But I think, we're at a point down the line, if you decide, to have a term, because it's always nice to have new blood in the chapter. Okay, so that's the reason we went to the forever and ever. But I think I'm seeing a lot of new faces and the era. I mean, I think ASTA has changed dramatically into the positive so much that there are people willing and wanting to integrate to the chapters. So we're leaving pretty soon, but you guys can do that. And the job description ideas are great.
Wonderful.
So think about the terms later on.
So, I'm just going to go ahead and bring this up now. There are going to be certain things that we're going to look to change that are going to start in August as we turn over, because we go from basically AGC to AGC. So this will be something that I will, Linda, if you can take this note as a note as well. This is something that Jasmine will write to propose to Peter about term limits. I will also ask you all to give me your honest opinion in a survey about term limits as well. So I'm not going to just go to Peter and be like, we need term limits. I want to hear from the current leadership how you all feel about that. So just be thinking about that, because I want to know how this group of leaders feels about it. And then if we feel it's appropriate, then we can move forward. But what I would like to see happen, in all honesty, is any proposals that we have of that sort, make it to the appropriate people, i.e. Peter, by AGC. Yes.
I'm gonna ask you a tough question.
Sure.
How long is your role? Because as chapter president, our jobs are a lot easier when we have you. didn't have that all the time. I mean, we had a lot of transition
Mhm.
at headquarters, and it was a nightmare for us. And now you're here to have a continuance of your role at full time. Little chip in for a raise.
Jasmine?
Christina.
Yeah, just to point, just the folks tuning in via Zoom.
Yeah.
Just asking if you could repeat the
Oh,
questions.
yes, I will do that.
Yes.
So the question was, how long is my role and the continuance of me serving as the chapter liaison? I'm looking over at my boss. I imagine that it will continue as it is. Because and when I say I imagine, I'm pretty certain, because here's the thing. Before I even came on board, the board of directors nationally put a mandate, if you will, that we expand the chapters so much so that you can go down the street to attend your chapter meeting, to have that connection with ASTA. So without a person to manage that, it's not possible for us to meet the goals that the board has set. We have 50 some odd chapters right now. And we have some states where it's only one chapter in the state. And we have some chapters that cover several states. So this system is only going to get bigger. And with that, I believe they're going to need a full-time staff person, if not two, in order to fulfill the mandate that the ASTA National Board of Directors has asked us to fill, which was to bring ASTA headquarters closer to all of ASTA members. So yes, I feel like I'll be around for a while. Okay, so like I forewarned, some of the slides do get kind of long, but basically the candidates for chapter president must be either the representative of a travel agency, premium agency member, host agency member, or independent contractor member at the time of their election and throughout their terms. So what this looks like is you have to be a travel agency member of ASTA. And you have to stay a travel agency member of ASTA to serve as chapter president. That's really what all of that says. To the next point, allied or supplier members are not eligible for appointment to be chapter presidents. This is per ASTA's national bylaws. If you have questions about that, I'm happy to try to answer them, but I'm probably going to send you to Peter. But this is straight from our bylaws. The members
Or members of the board.
or members of the board. We'll get to that too. Okay, so talking about the application, just in case you have someone who's interested, you're interested yourself. Once the application and references are reviewed, the materials are received, the materials are reviewed by committee. The committee consists of 2 members of ASTA staff, that's myself and Christina Salou as our membership director, and then the 3 regional directors that sit on ASTA's national board, which currently are Eddie Woodham and Chris Settlemeyer and Laura Rodriguez. And when that changes, then it'll be 2 other people. Sorry. So yeah, so that's how it goes. And that's the official process. Any questions about the official process or chapter presidents and eligibility and that such? I see you squinting. Do you have a question? Okay. Yes.
Do we have a say or a role in that position? Like, do we elect or do we get involved in that, or is that just a national run
For which?
or regional, which serves on the board?
Repeat the
We will get, so the question was, do we get a say in the regional directors that sit on the board? We will review that later on today.
Short answer
Is yes. The short answer is yes. There is an election for regional directors, and then there's a runoff election to figure out who sits on the board. All right, so chapter officers, other officers and positions. Chapter officers are selected by the chapter members from among the eligible members of the chapter. The candidacy requirements are the same. If you are serving as a chapter officer or someone is interested in serving as a chapter officer, they need to be a travel advisor member of ASTA, not a supplier partner. So please keep that in mind as people approach and want to serve, hopefully as part of your chapter officers. Same point again, supplier members may not serve as chapter officers. I said this before, I'm going to say it again. All chapters must have at least a vice president / secretary and a treasurer. The vice president and secretary positions may be split. I would suggest splitting them. It gives more leadership opportunities. It also allows people to focus on duties. And I have people who contact me and ask me about what are the duties of a vice president, and I've seen it range. Like I said earlier, we have vice presidents of membership who dive into contacting members and helping them renew. We have vice presidents who serve as a secondary to the president. If the president can't run a meeting or make it or come to something, then the vice president will then step in. We have vice presidents who do the work of contacting members just through social media or different things like that. So how you define the role of vice president really is up to what are the needs of your chapter. But however you define that role, if you split it from secretary, who is usually taking notes, they're usually the one real magnet sending out your newsletters. They're usually the ones sending me the meeting minutes. When you split those roles, it allows people to hyper focus on one or the other, and it allows for more leadership opportunities. Yes.
I just want to clarify the supplier involvement of the chapter. They cannot be officers, meaning the vice president, treasurer, secretary, but they are, we need you guys. I mean, they
Yeah.
can be part of the chapter
Yes.
as chairs of.
I'm going to get to that.
Okay, okay, but I just wanted to, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yes, of course. All right. So the treasurer position should not be combined with other positions. You should not have a secretary/treasurer position. We require so much of our treasurers, especially when it comes to financial reporting. There is pages upon pages upon pages of paperwork that have to be turned in to make sure that ASTA maintains its 501c6 status. And because of that, we encourage you, do not combine your treasurer with anybody else, because when it comes time to do that paperwork, I've noticed that the chapters who have combined their treasurer with other positions have a little bit more trouble getting all of it in on time, to be honest. It's just a lot of work. And the reason why is because we are responsible for the chapters through the IRS. And so all of that paperwork is extremely important, and it's just a work to do. So we want to make sure we're keeping our treasurers focused on that work. All right. More legal stuff from Peter is the national board can disallow any officer appointment made for improper purpose and so on and so forth. Again, straight from our national bylaws. I haven't seen this happen in the history that I've been here, but it's there. And yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen it happen. Probably not. All right. So non-officer positions, those who do not have a voting right, should be designated as committee chairs and /heads. Chapter bylaws should clearly state which committee positions are officers and which committee positions are chairs /committee heads. Our supplier partners, this is where we would love to have you serve as a supplier committee chair liaison, as a supplier partner helper, whatever you want, all that committee chair. It is good to have a supplier serving amongst your leadership who can talk supplier to supplier. It's good to have that representation. It's welcome. I love it when I see that chapters have a supplier partner who is a committee chair or a committee head who is helping them work with other suppliers, because a lot of chapter meetings consist of bringing a supplier in to present. So it's helpful to have a supplier in. But it also helps to have differences of opinions and different things like that when it comes to businesses. So I would say suppliers are definitely welcome. Just per the national board, they cannot serve as officers, but they're welcome to serve as a committee chair or committee head or the other types of titles that you would like to give them. And of course, in your chapter bylaws, you should clearly state which positions are your officers and which positions are your committee chairs / your committee heads. And the reason why I say this, and I may have breezed over it, is because all people, positions labeled as officers are members of your executive board. All of them. If you have the title of officer, you are a member of the executive board. And I clarified this with Peter a few times because I was a little confused. So if you have an officer title, if you are calling this person an officer, they are a member of your executive board. Now, your board may also consist of chairs and committee heads and members of committee, and that's fine. But the people who are voting are anyone with the label and title of officer. For that reason, you want to make sure that you are choosing your officers carefully and that they are always included in any voting type items. I know at some point I realized that some chapters had an executive board and then a general board and then something else. Every officer is a member of your executive board and should be voting as such. So I'm going to stop here. Questions? Yes.
Did you mention YPS? Because I thought I read that they're supposed to be a voting position on.
Yes, I did not. Okay, so thank you for bringing that up. The question was, did I mention YPS? And I didn't mention YPS because while that position is required, we are not penalizing people who do not have a YPS position. So the board has mandated that you do have a young professional on your board sitting in the YPS position doing the things that your chapter believes will help bring in young professionals into your board. That is a required position. But if you don't have that person, I would say, one, actively seek that person, but there is no penalty for not having that person because we do realize the dynamics of some areas. You just might not have a YPS person. YPS is also 45-ish and younger. So if you're wondering kind of where we're defining that.
But I guess
It used to be younger.
It used to be 40. And so it used to be 40. Yes. So the question is, there a list of YPS members? And I know the staff members who are a part of the YPS committee are working towards that. But the thing about YPS is that it's self-reported so that we don't always have everyone's birthday. So there may be people who are YPS members, but we don't even know that they're YPS members. We ask that if you happen to find out someone's a YPS member, that you let us know so we can mark it appropriately in their profile. We're also looking at changes that will allow us to have people check YPS almost upon join so that we automatically know, but that's something that's forthcoming. So for right now, the short answer is we're working on it. But what I've seen chapters do is say, hey, we're looking for a young professional to join us to help contribute to our chapter leadership. And they send out kind of a general email, and they've actually gotten responses back from people who ASTA headquarters had no idea that they were YPS. And if you want me to speak with any of your YPS people, I'm also happy to do that. I've had several calls with YPS people asking about the chapters. Yes.
So good job with us in the last couple of months. That's been awesome now. So the main role is really to cultivate young professionals within the chapter, right? I mean, because you say bring on young professionals, but that would mean that they're going out and actively looking for travel advisors who are below 45 to join the chapter. Yeah.
We want to cultivate young professionals within the chapter. You have young professionals already in your chapter. I can almost guarantee it for every chapter. It's just that sometimes they don't know what's going on within your chapter. So having that younger voice can kind of help you reach out to people in different ways. We're really trying to expand the reach of the chapters and in all ways and expand diversity of the chapters in all ways, especially in this sense when it comes to age. So having a young professional will say, hey, I know the chapter is focused on using Facebook, but maybe I can help you with an Instagram. And that is going to bring a different crowd of young professionals depending. Or, hey, I know the chapter usually does, this type of meeting, maybe we try doing this type of meeting. It's just having that voice in the room will help to generate and cultivate a environment that is welcoming to everyone. Yes.
Is there any reason that one of the suppliers can't be the YPS member?
Yes, because the YPS member is considered an officer with voting rights. So unfortunately that position cannot be filled by a supplier. However, and I did speak with Peter about this. If you have someone also who is serving as like a chapter secretary, but they also happen to be part of the YPS, that's okay too. Like, we want to bring people into leadership. We're not trying to have this be punitive and feel like, oh, you're being punished because you don't have a YPS person. We just are trying to expand our reach in that sense. Other questions? Hooray, thank you. I know this is like a little heavier than usual, so I'm trying to add some levity if I can. All right, so officer changes. The right to remove a chapter president or any chapter officer is vested in the national board only. Neither the chapter president nor the executive board has this right. So once you define a position as an officer, and once you define a person within that position, you cannot remove that person without direct involvement for ASTA's national board. I'll get to that. If a chapter wants to remove an officer, they must send a written email communication to myself stating why they wish to remove that officer and supporting documentation.
And to the regional director.
Oh,
maybe.
yes, of course. I'm sorry. If you are communicating with me, I'm just going to say that. If you're communicating with me, you should always be CCing your regional director. If you are communicating with ASTA headquarters, you should always be CCing me. And I'm going to say that because I am your liaison. If you are not getting an answer from a member of ASTA staff and you've CC'd me on an email, I'm going to look at that email. I'm going to flag it for a couple of days. And if I don't see that you've gotten an answer, I'm going to say, hey, so-and-so, did you get that answer from, or did you get that question from my chapter president? They need some assistance. So if you're contacting ASTA headquarters for something like even something outside of chapters, but you are in needs of something, please CC me so I can be your liaison and step in and fight for you if you need to. And then if you're contacting me about especially something like this, please CC your regional director so that they are well as aware. The one thing that your regional directors that have done that I have not is I have not served as an ASTA chapter president. I will probably never serve as an ASTA chapter president because I work for ASTA. They have. So there's a level of experience that they're going to bring that I cannot bring to you. I can support you in every way, but you definitely want to make sure you're including them in your communications to me and including me in your communications to headquarters.
But I assume not for financial purposes, right?
For what?
If there's billing questions or something like that?
If honestly, if you are communicating with ASTA headquarters and you want to CC me at any point in time, you may CC me because I will do the exact same process where if I see that you haven't gotten your answer in a matter of days, I will say, hey, did you get a question from my chapter president? Can you like answer that? I've done that for people like on other emails. So I'm happy to step in to be your liaison in whatever it is that you're doing. That's my job. And so I don't want you to feel like, oh, you know, because a lot of times, honestly, I get emails from chapter leadership and said, oh, I emailed so-and-so days ago. And it's like, oh no, why didn't you CC me? Because then I could step in and say, hey, did you get that email? Did you see it? How can I help? Because sometimes it's something that I need to do for the chapters or something that I can help with for like your personal needs if need be. But I just want to let you know, you all have an advocate at headquarters in me. So if you let me know what you're doing, I can help. And I want to help. So please, if you're communicating with headquarters and you want to throw me into the CC, I'm happy to assist. Other questions? Yay. All right. Christina, how are we doing in the chat?
Yes, there is one question. Well, there was a comment and a question.
Okay.
First comment was from Sonora. This is in reference to YPS that she's asked for YPS. No one has stepped up. So I'm assuming there's probably other chapters where they're just struggling to find, and maybe we can think about different ways that they can.
Yes. So not too long ago, we did a Zoom meeting with some of our regional directors and members of YPS. We're probably going to end up repeating that. And then the other thing I'm going to do is look for more ways to help the chapters connect with YPS members. You might not have some in your area, which is why we encourage you to fill this position, but there's no penalty for not filling this position because we understand that the dynamics of the area may not lend itself to that, just depending on where you live.
Florida and Arizona.
They said Florida and Arizona. But we still do ask that you make the ask because you don't know who's joining or who may have joined, who wants to become a part. So continue to make the ask until you fill the position 3 times over, but continue to make the ask. And that's what we're asking you to do at this time.
You probably should include the presidents in on that Zoom, maybe, so that they can see the face, introduce, maybe we can have that contact with them.
Yeah, we can definitely redo it with the presidents and stuff.
Okay.
This was more of an educational, like about chapters in general. with them educational-ish happy hour. So we can definitely repeat it and do it with the chapter presidents in it as well. So if we doing another Zoom with YPS, including chapter leadership as well, to help educate and help connect.
Awesome, thank you.
1 second. Yes, Christina.
Another question from the chat.
Sure.
This is from Chandra. If our bylaws have terms, is that the same process as removing an officer?
That is a question I will have to clarify with Peter, because your bylaws have gotten more specific than what ASTA's national bylaws have, but I personally do not foresee that as a problem. I would ask if Chandra, if you can send me a copy of your bylaws, I will highlight that part and forward it to Peter and he'll give us an answer on that. But I would want to defer to Peter on that.
And Jasmine, one more thing, just another request to just repeat the questions from the audience.
Okay, I will definitely do that.
So I know you're talking about IPS and that's right. But as a whole, have to find a way to reach out to the YPS as a whole, even though we may not know them. And you're saying that yes, we should reach out, try to. For instance, I covered 3 states.
Right.
I have no clue how many might be in that. So is it something that ASTA can do as a whole to just say, hey, guess what, guys? We're looking for you. Are you out there? Because as you said, if it's coming from you,
Yeah.
as opposed to us chapter president,
Yeah.
then it might generate a listing of those.
So yeah, so it's actually, so the question was, can ASTA national headquarters reach out to YPS as a whole? The answer is we already are. There is a committee of ASTA staff members who are actively planning events for young professionals. And they have receptions at almost every one of our meetings. So YPS is going to have a reception at this meeting. They're going to have a reception at AGC. And then that committee also has been holding happy hours for YPS. And so what I have done is I've kind of inserted myself into that and say, hey, YPS people, there is a chapter system that you can also become a part of. That actually just started, but we have been reaching out and recently trying to revamp the YPS program. So we are currently doing that.
I think that's a critical step, honestly, getting yourself involved. I don't think the YPS leadership has been that great over the last few years. And if you go to the meeting and tell them that, that's going to be good.
So yeah, I will definitely make sure that we're connecting YPS to chapters. That's something that just recently started happening when I met with, because I'm not on the staff committee that is in charge of YPS. So I met with the staff committee that is, and I said, hey, can I insert chapters in here too? And they said, sure, we definitely want people to get involved. So I'm just now starting to get involved. So you'll see more of that and more calls for that as I get more involved. Yes, Christina.
Jasmine, a great, from Eugenia, she has just a great recommendation that other chapters can also implement. Eugenia intends on working with her local community college that offers courses for beginning travel. And she's hoping to get her YPS from the community college by reaching out.
Yes.
So
and so I'm not sure if you all are aware, but one of our membership types is what's called an FTP or future travel professional membership type, which is specifically meant for students who are learning about the world of travel. And if you were choosing to work with your community college, that is a membership type that you can offer them, as well as they're probably automatically going to be in YPS, most likely. So that is one way to definitely go about it. Thank you, Eugenia, for the suggestion. I think that is wonderful. Any questions, other questions? Yes, ma'am. Yay! Yeah. Yeah. So Jade, thank you. Jade came in now as a chapter president through YPS. So that's how we know that YPS is working. And welcome. Happy to have you. All right. So did you have a question? Okay. So back to the presentation. Let's see where we are. Of course. So we were talking about officer removal, sad. The officer whose removal is sought will have an opportunity to provide a statement and or any supporting documentation to ASTA headquarters for its consideration. And then all materials will be reviewed by myself and then by Peter before they are submitted to ASTA's national board. And of course, as I alluded to earlier, chapter officers may choose to voluntarily step down, resign without any intervention from ASTA's national board. So it's always their choice. It is if a chapter feels that a chapter officer should resign, they need to present the documentation of that. And I realize that creates a little bit of confusion because the chapter presidents choose the chapter officers, but then essentially cannot unchoose them. But that is how it is currently written in our national bylaws. So, yes, ma'am.
What if it's a chapter president that the board doesn't think is
Yes.
doing their job?
So the question was, what if it is a chapter president who the board does not think is doing their job? The process is the same. The concerned officer should submit documentation to myself, and I will review that and compile it and send it to Peter, who will then review it and probably send it to the national board. But the process is the same. So if you are board members, oh, who's calling me? If you are board members who do not feel that the chapter president is performing their duties, then definitely follow the exact same process. I would start by talking to your regional director, in all honesty. I would start there before we start submitting paperwork all over the place. Have a conversation with your regional director because they will be able to give you some guidance. They might be able to talk to the chapter president. They might know some things about what's going on with the chapter president that you may not. Your regional directors are an amazing resource. Please use them. Yes, if you are having problems within the chapter, I can help you, but I'm probably going to send you to your regional director. Because they have the experience of actually running a chapter. And so they understand the things that will come up as difficulties with actually running a chapter. So your regional director should be like the first person you run to. I'm happy to assist, but there have been several situations where I've been emailed by a chapter president and I will immediately forward that email to their regional director and ask, hey, can you take a look at this? I believe this is something your expertise can help. Other questions? Questions from the audience? Okay. I mean, audience, you're all audience. Questions from the chat. All right. Chapter officers. All chapter officer changes resulting from a voluntary resignation should be reported to ASTA. Please do not forget to let me know of your chapter officer changes. And you should also send a CC to your regional director. I track all officers in our database. And sometimes I pull the entire officer list as well as the chapter president's list. So with that being said, please let me know when chapter officers have voluntarily resigned. If you have an official resignation letter for them, please send it to me so I can file it away at headquarters. We need to be aware. And the only way we are made aware is if you tell us. And then committee head changes are official as soon as the chapter sends the information to headquarters. If I will keep as much information at headquarters as you send me. So please send me chapter officer changes. There have been multiple times, especially over the last few months, where I've contacted a past chapter officer and they are a past chapter officer and I had no idea. So I can't emphasize that enough. If you're changing officers, please send me the officer changes so that I can record them in the database. Also, and here's the other thing. We realize that the people who step up to be chapter officers or committee heads represent the best of our members. So when opportunities come up, sometimes I'm contacted by other members of ASTA staff and they ask me, hey, do you have someone in this area who can do this thing? And the first place I go to is my chapter presidents and chapter officers. So it's always good to have a list of people who have stepped up and who have said, I will lead because I believe in this organization and we want those people to be the ones representing us in different capacities. All right, so this is all I'm going to talk about chapter officers. I know that was really heavy. Before I move on to the next few parts, which I'm probably going to speed through a little bit, does anyone have any questions about officers, installing them, if you will, removing them, anything along those lines.
Yeah.
Yes.
So a new chapter president appoints his or her executive members, officers, vice president, secretary, treasurer, plus all committee heads. So the chapter president is responsible for the entire board,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
When a chapter president steps down and those people are still part of the board, does the new president have the right to replace?
Yes.
Okay.
So the point of clarification is when a chapter president is serving as chapter president, they appoint their chapter officers. And they also are responsible, for appointing their committee heads. When it comes to the appointing of committee heads, I would suggest that chapter presidents involve their chapter officers in the appointment of their committee heads, but ultimately that responsibility lies solely within the chapter president. When chapter presidents change, the new chapter president then has the ability to appoint new positions, new officers and new committee heads. And that is actually the only time that we can really have a change without involving the national board in that sense.
No board action required.
Not when a new chapter president comes and no board action is required, because that chapter president has most likely just been appointed by ASTA headquarters.
Should the minutes reflect the board voted or ratified those people in there?
The minutes should reflect the officer change, yes.
Okay.
The minutes should reflect your board, and I'll get to meeting minutes in a minute, but the board meeting minutes should reflect those changes. Speaking of meetings, other officer questions.
What if the officers are good people?
Then, I mean,
they're-
if the officers are good people, from what I've seen historically, if there's a chapter president change and the officers are good people, the chapter president is like, hey, will you stay on for a little bit longer? And usually those officers
Yeah.
are like, yeah, I'll stay on for a little bit longer. Or sometimes they're like, I think somebody else needs a chance. Like I've seen it where they just take everyone with them. I think the point of clarification is it's up to the new chapter president comes on. They don't have to take everyone with them, but I feel like in most cases they do for continuity's sake.
But they can be appointed if the new president wants to.
If the new
Okay.
president wants them. So if the new president says, I would love for you to serve as my vice president for the
Yeah.
next 30 years, and they agree,
Yeah.
and then
You know.
and that chapter president stays president for 30 years, then it can continue. And some chapters do, yes.
Is there an automatic assumption of duty of the vice president if the president should become capacitated of some sort? Or is that something we write into the bylaws?
That is definitely something you should write into the bylaws.
The question.
If I'm sorry. So the question is there an automatic assumption of duty if the president should become incapacitated for the vice president to then step into that role? That is definitely something that should be written in your bylaws. As the headquarters staff, that's the first person I'm going to go to if a chapter president is no longer able to serve in they've become incapacitated in some way, as I'm going to talk to the chapter president. What I've had happen in the past is the chapter president will say, actually, it's the secretary who has now stepped up to be the chapter president. That secretary will put in an application and so on. So it doesn't have to necessarily be the vice president, but know that that's the first person that I'm going to go to see. Yeah. Questions?
No.
You want to share? All right. Other officer questions. I know this has got really heavy really quick. All right. All right. So the next part that I'm going to cover in 7 minutes, we're going to do this. So meetings, there is a 3-part process to your meetings. Please follow all 3 parts. The first part, actually, posting your meeting to the industry calendar. There's going to be a new process coming because when I was making this presentation, do you have a question?
Jasmine, yes, one question did come up.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
From the previous section.
Okay, you can go
Um,
back.
From Michelle,
does ASTA have generic bylaws as a guide to build our chapter bylaws?
Yes, we
Yes.
do, and I will resend those out. We
Yeah.
have generic bylaws where you can just slot in your name and everything, and I will resend those out as a resource. So that there's that. Yes. It will go out to the president, but I can send it to anyone else who requests as well. When I have meetings like this and I see that people who are not the president have attended, I will also send you all the follow-up. So just know you're going to get emails from me, but typically speaking, I have a list of chapter presidents who I will send stuff to. But since you're here in the meeting, I will send it to you as well. Yes, Melinda. I do believe I posted it to the resource page. So the chapter president's resource page is www.asta.org/CPC. You do not have to be a chapter president to log onto that page, but you have to be logged in as an ASTA member. It contains a lot of resources. And if there's something on there you want and you do not have, please let me know and I will make sure you get it. Other questions? Wonderful. All right, so meetings, 3-part process. So part 1 is posting your meeting to the industry calendar. There is going to be a new process coming. Please be on the lookout for that. I know, I'm so sorry, but when I was putting this presentation together, I was going to take pictures of the old process and realize the old process was gone. So there's going to be a new process coming in very short order. And what you will get from me is you will get a video of that new process of me talking to you. I will set up several meetings via Zoom to show you how to go through that new process, whatever that new process happens to be. And then those meetings will also be set on your on the chapter president's resources page. So I apologize for that. This is something I found out about at midnight.
And Helen and regional directors are always included in those posts to the CPs, right?
Yes. You guys are, and you guys are part of the CPC committee and IMIS. Yeah.
Wait, what does that mean? What did Chris ask?
So Chris asked if the regional directors and Helen are included on my meeting in my emails and stuff to the CPC, to Chapter Presidents Council, even though they're not listed as chapter presidents on asta.org. And the answer is yes, because in my database, I have them listed as part of the council, even though they don't have chapter president titles.
I see.
All right, so part 2, take meeting minutes. This is why you need a secretary who probably is not your vice president. Take meeting minutes. Meeting minutes should include at the very least the date, the time, who presented, and about how many attendees attended the meeting. I do not want to beat a dead horse. I do not get meeting minutes from everyone. So please take meeting minutes and include at the very least these items. You should include other more detailed notes as well. I read every single chapter's meeting minutes that are sent to me. I think some of you are beginning to realize that I do read your minutes because you put questions in your minutes and then I respond to them. I read all of your meeting minutes. It helps me to know what the chapters are up to. I have written back to people like, congratulations on doing the thing, because I'm reading all of your meeting minutes. And these are for your chapter meetings. So part 3, yes.
Also, please send those minutes to your regional director.
I'm getting to that.
Okay.
Part 3, send your meeting minutes to Jasmine, your chapter members, and CC your regional director. Now, I cannot emphasize this enough. I need to have your minutes because if it's required, it is a requirement of ASTA national headquarters that you send meeting minutes. That is a requirement of the chapter presidents. So either you as a chapter president or your chapter secretary or whoever, somebody needs to be sending me minutes. Your chapter members, all of them, even the people who are not currently attending your meetings, should receive your meeting minutes. It lets them know what they missed. It lets them know what they missed out on. So if you're continuously sending out meeting minutes, even to those people who didn't attend, guess what? They're probably going to start attending, especially if you put the world's best supplier came in and offered us a prize and, so-and-so got 2 hotel nights. It's like, man, I didn't attend my chapter meeting, but I missed out on that. So you want to be sending your meeting minutes to your entire membership of your chapter, even if they did not attend the meeting. especially if they did not attend the meeting. And last but certainly not least, please CC your regional director on your meeting minutes. Please, please, please CC your regional director on your meeting minutes. So they also know what's going on with the chapters. Because what I've asked, the regional directors and I meet monthly, and I always ask them what's going on with the chapters, and they tell me briefly what's going on in the chapter. So please let them know also what's going on with your chapter. Yes.
So I struggle sometimes between meeting, a meeting and an event, right? So a chapter event is different than a chapter meeting in some cases. Minutes at a board meeting, do they need to be sent to you prior to them going out to the membership and approved by you, or be included in the newsletter?
Okay, so board meeting minutes, or I'm just going to say this briefly. Board meetings do not need to be posted, but your minutes should be taken and submitted to me with a CC or RD. So I'm going to say that. So the question was the difference between a meeting and an event. I would ask that if your chapter is gathering in some way, that you send me something. And it is to your benefit to do that. So even if you're having an event, you're like, we had an event, 50 of our members went to Starbucks, got coffee, it was amazing. Send me that. And it can be just as simple, because when we are looking at chapter awards, when we're trying to figure out what our chapters are doing that's new and exciting and stuff like that, I'm looking through those meeting minutes to see what happens. So even if it's an event, anytime your chapter has gathered as a chapter, please send me something. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's critical, because I think that sometimes our chapter members who are not active think that we're not doing something. And we could have had a guest speaker on a virtual, and we didn't do anything about that. We didn't let people know.
Right.
So you want that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If you are gathering as a chapter, send me, CC your regional director, some sort of report. Christina, you have a question from the chat?
Yeah, a few questions, Jasmine.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, well, this one's back to the industry calendar.
Okay.
Eddie's asking, he seems to be having some problems getting the link filled out. Is any issues with that now, or are we resolving that?
So
Yeah.
there will be a new process for submitting meetings. I found out at midnight last night that the process has changed, and I'm currently in a back and forth with our IT director. I will record a video. I will hold a meeting, and I will post that video to the CPC resources page as soon as we figure out what actually is going on with that link. And I apologize for that.
And Jasmine, from Kate,
Yeah.
can she put her meeting minutes in her newsletter and then send it out, I guess, as long as you and Eddie are copied? Is there?
Absolutely. No, if you want to put your meeting minutes in your newsletter and you want to send me a copy of your newsletter, your chapter meeting minutes, that is fine. Your chapter board should be meeting to plan for the activities of your chapter. Those minutes specifically need to be in PDF or Word, and they need to be sent to myself with a CC to your regional director, and I will then forward them on to Peter, because Peter has requested that they are in that form. So you're going to have essentially two different types of meeting minutes. Your board meeting minutes, those are more official. Those need to be in Word or PDF and sent to myself and your regional director. And then your chapter meeting minutes, those can be a little less official. And you want to send them to myself with a CC to your regional director, but you still want to send them. Did that answer the question?
Yes, Jasmine.
Okay.
Couple more if you have time. Okay. Sonora is asking if they have a meeting scheduled, but then at the last minute, the supplier cancels or something happens that they can't have the meeting. Do you want to know about that? Should they have minutes that says that the meeting has been canceled, or do they need to move forward with that?
Yeah. So if you cancel a meeting because supplier doesn't show up, and that's fine. If you want to let me know, I'm happy to know that information. It's always good to have, but you're not required to then send minutes that say the meeting was canceled. The meeting minutes. So you're posting on the industry calendar, lets me know that you plan to have a meeting. Your meeting minutes let me know that you had a meeting. And that's why we need to do both. Yes.
One more, Jasmine, from
Yes.
Eugenia. She sends you a monthly note, copies her chapter, I guess sort of like a newsletter, and copies Lois. Is that okay? Is that considered?
you should be sending meeting minutes fairly soon after you have a meeting. So after you have a gathering within the next couple of weeks, I would ask that you send me those meeting minutes. If you're only having a meeting once a month, then send it once a month. But if you're having more often gatherings, please send me that. That's just information that is good for me to know, because if you're sending me one note once a month, I'm assuming you're having a meeting once a month. And I know some chapters have a meeting more often than that. And again, these minutes do not have to be full Robert's Rules of Order minutes with Roman numerals and stuff like that. It can be as simple as the world's best supplier came, they presented on the world's best supplier product. There were 50 people who came, and it was on January 1st, 1974. That is how simple it needs to be. Or it can be full length Robert's Rules of Order meeting minutes if you choose. No matter what you send me, I will read it. Are there other questions from the chat, Christina?
No.
Okay, Helen, did you have a question?
When you have a board meeting, aren't there specifics that you need to go over with the board, such as maybe quarterly, your bank accounts, things like that, that need to be reported? So that that you're balancing and looking at the expenses of the check.
So the question is, are there specifics that you should be going over with your board that are required? I will have to clarify with Peter as far as if they're required. My thought is no. However, you should be going over those things in your board meeting minutes, and they should be in your meeting minutes. So is it absolutely required? Or am I going to come running after you if you're not reporting out on your financials? No. However, you should be reporting out on your financials to your board. Your treasurer should be letting your board know, and your board should be meeting to go over your financials and different things like that. And you should do that. If your board concludes that in the content of your meeting, that should be reported in your meeting minutes.
And just a point of clarification that we received an inactivity notice from our bank the other day. So be very careful if you haven't been active in the last year with banking.
Yes.
So I bought drinks last night.
Nice. All right. Yeah. So yes,
Had to spend some money.
it's all good. I know, right? Sir, you gonna buy me anything? No, I'm kidding. Okay, so yes.
Real quick, I think that it would be very important that it is mandatory that every board meeting have a treasurer's report and that information shared with the membership.
Yes.
So if Peter can.
I will, Linda, can you take that as a note that thank you. These are things that I will be asking Peter, but if it's not required and if Peter doesn't deem it needs to be required, it is highly suggested that you be reporting out on the financial health of your chapter in your board meeting minutes, because that's something that you want to do that. Also, your board meets so that you have a group that can plan for your chapter without it being insane by inviting every single person for your chapter. But your board meetings should not be the super top secret operation that your chapter knows nothing about. So you should be sharing the information with your chapter. Now you want to plan for the health of your chapter. So of course, if you have 10 people in the room versus you have 50 people in the room, it's going to make a difference in your planning. That is why you have a board. But this shouldn't be super top secret. We're just doing all of this and the chapter members know nothing about. You want to be sharing these things with them as well. All right. So I know I'm a bit over time, but I think we can do this. All right. So newsletters. We ask that you send your newsletters via the chapter's accounts in Real Magnet. We realize that this is difficult and I understand that. So I'm asking that if you are not using Real Magnet to send out your letters, that you are at least pulling your list from Real Magnet and putting that list in another system if you choose to use another system. I understand Real Magnet is not everybody's cup of tea. I understand, but please pull your list. And moving forward, I now have the ability to track which chapters are logging into their accounts in Real Magnet. So I will know if you've gone in and pull your list. So now I don't need you to send a newsletter in Real Magnet for me to know that you've gone into Real Magnet, but I will know if chapters have logged in. And that's a whole nother training for a whole nother time. But if you need assistance with that, please let me know. But we want you to be able to send newsletters out at least monthly to your chapter members. This lets your chapter members know that you guys are up to something. This is also a good place to put meeting minutes, or that, 50 of you went to go get coffee at Starbucks and that sort of thing. So chapter members know that, hey, my chapter is active. I might be missing out on something. I need to get involved. This is all about informing people, letting them know. At this point, you all should be sending so much communication to your chapter members that if they are not involved, it's not because they don't know, it's because they choose not to be involved. They should know about your events constantly. Any questions from the chat about newsletters, Christina?
No.
Okay. All right. Membership numbers. There's a requirement for membership numbers. So I want to tell you all about what we're looking at. We are looking at the numbers of paid members in each chapter. We are looking at patterns. If your chapter drops by 2 members and then goes up by 2 members, I am not going to come running after people for things like that. If you have a huge drop in chapter membership, I'm going to contact you and say, hey, I'm seeing a huge drop in chapter membership. How can I help? What can I do? What can headquarters do? Where is the disconnect? And so these membership types in Real Magnet are basically all the ones with R's, core, PRR, and all those that you see listed there. These are representatives. These are people who have paid. You're going to see other membership types in IMIS. Those are most likely employees. And while we want you as a chapter to engage with employees of some of these businesses, especially when it comes to our premium members, we know that our premium members assign all of their they will often assign all of their employees to one chapter, which is not their actual physical chapter. And that creates interesting things when it comes to reporting. So when we're looking at numbers, myself and Christina, we are looking at the paid membership types. If you engage employees, if you are able to engage employees, that's great, because their company is more likely to stay engaged with ASTA if their employees are engaged with their local chapters. But we do realize that sometimes employees do not go in and put their actual address. So you'll have 50 PREs in one chapter where they actually aren't physically located within that chapter. Questions? Yes.
So with multiple role with host agency and chapter president, we don't get credit for our host agency independent contractors within that chapter. That's fine. But can we?
Well, I mean, are they INDRs? You said you don't credit for independent contractors
outside of our chapter.
Outside of your chapter.
Correct. It's good that our host is recruiting them. That's awesome. But we don't. From a chapter president, I don't get credit for that.
And what, like, are they signing up with ASTA as they're signing up with ASTA as individuals, and then they're being assigned to other chapters?
Correct.
Okay.
That's
okay.
correct.
Yes.
And by the way, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of our other hosts here, please let us know if there's any events. We'll be glad to get that information out to those members of our host agency, of course, even if they're not members, and maybe they'll become members. But is there a way to include them on the newsletter?
So they're automatically included in the newsletter. Because
which newsletter?
I mean, sorry.
Yeah.
If you are sending out, so the question is if you are including employee types in your communications.
Not employees.
Or sorry, go ahead.
Just independent contractors. Just
Independent in ICs and if we are included ICs in your newsletters from your chapter.
Yes. It's not possible, right? Because they wouldn't be in our Real Magnet database.
Well, okay, so if they are ICs within your
host agency.
Well, okay, within your host agency, then they may or may not be in your chapter database.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah, okay. So there's no way to do that.
Yeah, unless, so you can, if you are in Real Magnet and you want to target ICs, you can pull a report of the ICs that are available in Real Magnet by member type and send in that way.
But just from our chapter.
But no.
No. So, okay, so Bill, if you have a member that lives in South Florida,
Yeah.
then our newsletter that we send out from South Florida should have your number on the list, right?
Yeah, so if Bill has a member who is an IC in South Florida, then they will be on South Florida's membership list. And you can pull that and you can send it to them.
And vice versa, if I have a member in Ohio.
Yeah.
But I can't do it from my chapter. I can't do it from my chapter.
Okay.
Right.
So if you're saying, so
I can't send my Ohio newsletter to South Florida.
No.
I see. Okay.
No, you cannot. You cannot send your Ohio newsletter to a South Florida IC in Real Magnet. Now, if you want to take that newsletter and forward it outside of Real Magnet because you have their contact information, then that's something to do. But through Real Magnet, you are limited to the lists of the chapters right around you.
Okay. And again, I'll reiterate what I said earlier. If anyone wants to send me an email, we will send our list of agents, advisors in your area so that you can include them on a potential, right? There's a way. Okay.
Right.
And Kelly, you agree?
Yeah.
Do it again. Okay.
I do the same thing.
Because there's new presidents here that might not know that.
Yeah. So both Bill and Kelly have graciously offered, if you have an event and you want to send it to them,
Yes.
then they will send it out to the masses in your area. Please take advantage of that.
We'll blast it all over the US.
Yeah, they'll blast it. But here's the thing. Even if they are members of ASTA already, it sometimes helps to have the email come from another source as well.
Yeah.
And since we have 2 host partners who have graciously offered to do that, please take advantage of that.
Yes, because we have now active advisors in other chapters as officers, et cetera. So it's been great.
Awesome. Is there a question from the chat, Christina?
Yes, Jasmine, the chat is actually jumping on, is really active, and the discussion is we're actually backing up to the Real Magnet list.
Okay.
And just some chapter president, chapter leadership have noticed some inaccuracies. Jasmine, can you, and I shared with them that they can set up some time with you to go over this because there's a lot of different reasons
Yeah.
for an accurate list. And can you go over just, I know we need to take a break soon, but
Yeah.
setting up time to go over that with you, the list suppressions, all of that. I mean,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah. So I actually not too long ago did a Real Magnet happy hour for those of you who attended and learned.
God bless you.
Yeah, happy hour. I will be doing another Real Magnet happy hour in June. Not quite sure when, but in June. There are multiple reasons why your lists in Real Magnet may not be accurate. Some of the very lists, first off, you have to make sure you're pulling the right lists. You have an active member list. You have all active members. You have an active travel agency or agents list, so only just travel agents. You have supplier and other, and then you have prospects. Of those 4 lists, you then have a suppressed. So you actually have 8 that you can potentially pull. And I don't know that many chapters are pulling all 8 lists. And I did go over this during the happy hour, which I will post to YouTube after this meeting. There's a multitude of reasons why people might be suppressed. Suppressed does not mean that they are not active in ASTA and so forth. So, and at the end of the day, Real Magnet reflects what is in our database called IMIS. So when it comes to names, phone numbers, and addresses, if it's incorrect in Real Magnet, it means it's incorrect in their membership profile, and IMIS in there is a correction process for that.
Jasmine, how often is that getting updated?
What?
Real Magnet.
So Real Magnet, your lists update every 24 hours with the exception of your prospect list, which updates every week on Sunday. So the majority of your lists are looking at ASTA's database and saying, hey, what are you doing? I'm going to copy what you're doing, with the exception of the prospect list, which updates weekly on Sunday.
And Jasmine, one more thing, can you go over, I know you went over this during the happy hour, but for those that did not attend, the differences between small business network chapters, ASTA chapters, and the lists, membership, members showing up on one list versus the other, both.
Yeah, so, ooh, that's a loaded question.
I know.
It's okay.
And maybe we need to wait just.
It's okay. It's okay. So very briefly, I'm not even quite sure where to begin with that. If you have a question about a specific member, please let me know. But the chapter in which a person shows up in is completely divorced from their membership type. A chapter can choose a business type of independent advisor and choose to be in either a traditional ASTA chapter or small business network chapter. And they can make that choice. They can make that choice on their own. They can change it in their profile. However, when they join, as it stands, we're trying to change this. It will automatically assign them to the traditional ASTA chapter in their area. Now, as part of the join process, we're going to make a drop down to change that so that they know. We're also going to give them an explanation of what the difference is between a traditional ASTA chapter and a small business network chapter. So that programming is forthcoming as we are looking to revamp our website. But as it stands, they do need to go into their profile and change their chapter. If they have questions about how to do that, they can contact any member of ASTA staff and we will happily change it for them. And that's really, really brief on that. I'm sorry, where are we? I'm looking a bit at time. So 10:15, we're supposed to start elections 101. I want to say one more slide for part of this. I have two more slides and then we're going to take a break. I promise. I apologize. All right. Did that answer the questions briefly in the chat, Christina? Okay. And of course, please, I will not be answering my emails probably for the duration of this week. However, I will be getting back to everyone who sends me an email. So if there's something that does not get answered, please allow me some patience and then I will answer your email if you have a question that does not get answered during this presentation. All right, quickly, financial reporting responsibilities. There are two reports, usually a mid-year report due around the end of March and an end of year report due around the end of August. Please turn your items in on time. This is all usually a chapter's treasurer doing these reports. There are pages and pages of them. This is why we ask that you not combine the treasurer position with something else. These reports are important for us to maintain our tax exempt status because all of this gets reported to the IRS. So please, please, please do that. And when you submit those reports and you send them to Elizabeth Henry, who is usually the one asking for them, CC me. If you have a question to Elizabeth, CC me so that I can either answer it or I can help you get it answered because she is our vice president of accounting and does get quite busy, especially around tax season. So if it's something that you're not getting an answer on, please let me know so I can be your advocate. And then of course, an ASTA headquarters director of finance or other designee must be a signer on the chapter bank account. And if you need help going through that process, we will help you. Belinda, do you have a question?
So process opening account.
Yes.
closing old accounts and adding people on Elizabeth's account there, which I think is really important.
Uh-huh.
Because we had to rely on our old treasurer, close everything out, and luckily she's willing and available. We don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
stuff.
Yes.
So it was very important. Whole process over a few months. The other thing I was going to ask is, can you also have a copy of the sample minutes that Peter created? So when you have that the big account, a new treasurer. or
Okay.
whatever, that that's exactly what the bank wants, and it's very specific, and it's basically meeting minutes that's specific just to add a new person to the bank.
Okay, so give me a second so I can repeat that. So the first thing is Melinda pointed out how important that it is that you have an ASTA headquarters signer on your bank account because they had to rely on their old treasurer in order to do the items that they needed to continue their chapter. Luckily, their old treasurer was willing and able to do that. Sometimes that is not the case. So you want to make sure that you have an ASTA designee signer on your account. The other question is the banks want very specific board meeting minutes in order to change signers on the bank account. And Melinda asked that they be posted on the CPC resources page. And the answer is yes, I will make sure those get posted. Thank you, Linda, for writing that as a note for Jasmine to do. Other questions about this? All right. Okay. Meeting attendance. You all are here via Zoom, but I'm going over this anyway. Chapter presidents should attend at least 50% of the CPC meetings and calls. Of course, chapter officers are always welcome to a CPC meeting. Please just let me know that they are coming so we can account for them. So if you want your chapter board to be at a CPC meeting, bring them. Let me know. We will make space for them because I want them to be a part. But the chapter president should attend at least 50% of those. So what that means is if you can't come to one and you're having someone else come in your place, that's fine. But you should be able to go to at least half of them as a chapter president if you are a chapter president. And then chapter presidents should make Jasmine aware when a chapter officer will be representing the chapter at a given meeting. So if you're a chapter president and you cannot make it to a meeting, please say, just send me an email. Jasmine, I'm not going to be able to make it to this meeting. Please know that so-and-so is going to represent the chapter at this meeting. That way I know who's representing the chapter. But as always, if you have chapter officer, board, if they're listed as a chapter officer, board member, they are welcome to these meetings. I know they're called chapter president's council meeting. I might change that to chapter leadership meeting, honestly, because I feel like that is more encompassing, but they are more than welcome to come and should be a part of these meetings. Christina, are there questions in the chat?
Yes, Jasmine, Crystal's asking, will CPC meetings continue to be offered over Zoom, or how do you foresee that over the next year? Or so?
I'm honestly not certain, but as long as I honestly don't know.
Right.
I like the flexibility that it gives, but we really do want to see people in person as time allows. So I would imagine that there may be a virtual option for AGC, but I'm not certain at this point. I'm sorry.
Oh, God, really?
I mean, I don't, because if
Such a pain.
if it is honestly, if we are still in a similar situation, then of course I want to offer a virtual option. But if things are clear, I would like chapter leadership to feel as comfortable as possible. That's really what I'm getting at.
You know, some of the issue also is chapters haven't taken in any money to pay for their.
Right.
And we're hearing from a lot of suppliers, there is no money for anything. So,
Yeah.
keep that in mind for-
I
We
think-
will.
I think we'd
So-
all agree that maybe for the rest of this year.
Yeah, probably. So what Helen pointed out, which is a really good point, is that a lot of chapters have not taken in a lot of money in order to send their chapter president or chapter leadership to a meeting. And so I could see foreseeably maybe having a virtual option at AGC, but honestly, I'm not quite sure. But I will say this: if you are chapter leadership and you are already attending AGC, please come to the CPC meeting. I would love it if I would see you all. And there have been times where I was like, I know you're a chapter secretary, but you're walking away. You're not coming to the CPC meeting. So please, if you plan to attend these events anyway, that's why we try to pair the CPC meeting with already happening ASTA national events. Please come to the CPC meeting. Let me know that you're coming, and please know that you're welcome. Are there any questions in the chat, Christina?
No.
Okay. Are there any questions in general right now? All right, we are 15 minutes behind almost. I apologize. Our next session is Elections 101, which I do not think will take as much time as I thought. So we are going to break until, I'm gonna say 10:45. Is it too much time?
Between 10:35 and 10:45. Let's make it 10:40.
10:40. We're gonna break, according to your chairwoman, we are gonna break until 10:40. For those of you who are joining us via Zoom, please take a break. Come back at 10:40. For those of you who are joining us in the room, please take a break. Come back at 10:40, restrooms and what have you. We're gonna ask that unless you're actively eating or drinking, you continue to wear your masks. I'm gonna put my mask back on as I am done presenting for the moment. Thank you. Let's take a break.
I never saw that until just now. Isn't that crazy?
1 minute warning.
Okay.
Oh, I have a whole nother, what's,
Yeah, you have to, it's, you get an Uber, you have to get yourself there. But I know it's not, I don't think it's very far. Yeah, I think it's not far at all. I don't think it's- I did tell Michelle about not getting any from here. Oh, good.
you told Michelle?
I mean, Christina.
Oh.
I know.
I thought I. Oh, wow, that's loud.
2 minutes.
Those of you who are in the room, we're going to change up lunch a little bit. We're going to break for lunch at noon, but at 12:30, we want to reconvene so we can catch up with ourselves. So we'll still have a good half hour for you guys to do. What? A little, but
Yeah.
a little, but because they had to change the agenda so we could all see the 2 o'clock press conference, we've lost that hour.
We did, we did. Thank you.
So what's going to happen?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first time.
We're changing up.
Okay, so the part about the press conference is I wanted you all to be able to see the press conference. So we're streaming this press conference into this room, but because of the timing of the press conference, we lost an hour out of our agenda. All right. No, the press conference is not in this building. It is at the National Press Club. And if you're not already on that list, unfortunately, you won't be able to get on it. And it was hard to get on it. As ASTA staff, I am not on that list. Oh, so
Yeah.
so usually it's a CPC/PPC, the Proud Partner Committee meeting, but the PPC decided not to meet. So that's why there were no suppliers with us because the PPC didn't meet. So it's just CPC. LMNOP. I mean, all right. Do you have? Oh no, it's fine. I appreciate the questions.
And what's PPC mean?
Isn't it Proud Partner Committee?
Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
just for those that didn't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the PPC is the Proud Partner Committee, and
Which is
usually,
suppliers.
which is suppliers, and usually before legislative day, we have a CPC PPC breakfast. But the PPC decided not to meet, so it's just CPC. LMNOP. All of the things. All right, and I'm making jokes, so that means it's time for us to get started before I get off.
Go.
All right, so the next part we are going to do is we are going to talk about elections. Oh, I see why I did that. All right, so elections. We are having elections this year, like we have every year. But I'm really asking you all as chapter leadership to please encourage your chapter members to get involved in some way. So let me show you the ways that you can get involved. So you can be elected to one of the at-large director seats on the board of directors. You can be elected to the Small Business Network. Sorry, I have camera in the way. Small Business Network, SBN, director seat on the board of directors. You can, if you meet the requirements for all of these, of course, there are requirements, you can be elected to one of the 4 regional director positions. That's North, Central, South Central, Northwest, and Southwest, with 2 of those to be selected to sit on ASTA's national board. So for each of these, there are requirements for that. And then another way that everyone who is a representative member of ASTA can get involved is you can cast your vote in the 2021 national elections. So casting your vote, if you are a representative of a company, or if you're a premium level company, and you are not the representative, but you're designated Okay, and you are designated as the, as a voting representative that you can vote. So for your members, if they are representatives of their company, they can vote. We need members to vote. And I'm asking you, pleading with you, if you will, please encourage your members, if they are eligible to vote. We have sent out a couple of communications out already regarding, an open call for people who want to run for office, but we're starting this now because this voting in elections for your association, which is ran also by volunteers, is a way that you contribute and you participate in your association. It's a membership benefit that I feel most people do not take advantage of. And unfortunately, just like in the US, it's a privilege of being a citizen, you get to vote. At ASTA, it's a privilege of being a representative of your company that you get to vote. So please, as chapter leadership, encourage your members to be voting when that time comes. And we're gonna go over the calendar and some more details in a minute, but I'm just asking, please do that. So if you are interested in running for office, I ask that you do these things. Research the position you would like to run for. I'm going to show you where to find that information. Make sure you review the elections calendar. I'm also going to show you where to find that information. And then last but not least, submit your self-nomination to elections@asta.org by May 28th, 2021. And your self-nomination is, hey, elections, which is myself and Pamela Bonin, I would like to run for the position of amazing person. That is not the name of the position, but as an example. And we say, okay, you are now self-nominated for the position of amazing person. You do not have to write a full letter unless you want to write a full letter. We're just asking that you tell us that you want to throw your name in the hat, in the ring, or what have you, by May 28th. Because what that is going to kick off is a series of events that we're going to start sending you paperwork and asking you for candidacy statements and different things like that. So we need to know that you're interested in receiving all those other emails. So as promised, I'm going to actually show you where to find this information because it is that important. Yes.
Do you, one, have to be a president? Or two, can you run outside? And number three, if you are president, do you have to give up the position as chapter president?
Okay, so it depends on, if you are a chapter president, you cannot, there is a no multiple office holders rule that applies across the board to the board. So what that means is that you cannot simultaneously hold your chapter presidents and other things. And hold on, I'm gonna actually pull up an email from Peter because he said it better than I ever could.
Only reason why I'm asking is because there's some persons in there, or some persons on there that may need to know, so I figured I'll ask that question.
Yes. And I appreciate that. And so I want to pull up this email. I apologize for the wordiness of it. But it's from our lawyer. All right. So he says that Article 9, Section 7 of ASTA bylaws, the no multiple, I know, coming from a lawyer, the no multiple office holder rules applies to all seats on the board of directors. That includes regional directors. Let's see, this is different in the bylaws from Article 2, Section 8F, which specifically states that pursuant to Article 9, Section 7, a chapter president who is elected to regional director is deemed to have resigned the former office when assuming the latter, which means if you are a regional director, if you win regional director, you are assumed to have resigned chapter presidents. Note the reference to the controlling provision. Because the chapter president or former chapter president is an eligible candidate for a regional director seat, in most cases, the no multiple office holder rule will come into play. This is not necessarily the case for those running for an at-large seat, for that matter, the SBN seat, which is why it is stated with respect to the regional directors and not others.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Edward?
So,
Isn't that what website said?
yeah, so if you are trying to run for a regional director, you need to have served as chapter president. Okay. And if you get the position of regional director, you receive it, you win. I don't like winning or losing, but you win, then you are assumed to have given up the role of chapter president. Now, there is a no multiple office holders rule that also applies to chapter presidents who are running for other positions, such as the at-large board positions. And so it specifically mentions chapter presidents in our bylaws because you have to be a chapter president to be a regional director, but that no multiple office holder rule also applies to the other positions on the board.
So if somebody is a vice president of a chapter, they want to run for, say, an at-large seat, they get elected, they have to give up their vice
Yes, the
president.
no multiple office holders rule still applies there as well.
They don't have to give up the position for running, only if they win.
Yeah, so when you accept one, you are assumed to be letting go of the other. I just think you can't hold both at one time.
Okay.
All right.
But
Is that,
what she asked was vice chair can run for regional? I thought only presidents can run for regional.
so
At large.
at large.
Oh, at large.
At
Okay.
large. So if you want to run for a regional director, you must have served as a chapter president at some point. Because, I mean, if you think about the position of regional directors and what they do and what they contribute to, that is why. So that's that. But then when it comes to the other positions, if you hold other leadership titles, you are assumed to have let go of those upon receiving, should you win, a new leadership title on the board. Are there questions?
Well, that's not always the case, though, is it?
Where?
That you can't have multiple.
Obviously.
positions?
So, okay,
Right.
so here's the thing. That is what our bylaws explicitly state.
She's busted.
I didn't make the exception. Any exceptions that were made were prior to Jasmine, and she's not responsible for them. No, I'm kidding. But in all honesty, any exceptions that were made at the time because of things that
Right.
they were made. But I'm just saying to the letter of the law.
Take it.
I'm very much stuck in the middle. Yes, and as Helen points out, we would have to have a bylaws change to make that change. And bylaws changes get written up, submitted to Peter, submitted to the bylaws committee, and then submitted to the board, which then have to be voted either unanimously at one meeting or then 2/3 at 2 consecutive meetings. I happen to love bylaws and Robert's Rules of Order, which is why I have all of that memorized. Also because Peter Labasso is amazing.
Yeah.
Here's a hypothetical.
Okay, hypothetical.
Say that the chapter president runs for regional director and they have to give up their chapter. What if nobody in the chapter wants to take that over? The chapter falls.
Okay, so the hypothetical is that if a chapter president runs for a regional director position, receives that regional director position, and then according to the bylaws, they are assumed to have given up their chapter president position. What if no one wants to run for the chapter president position? Does the chapter then fold? I would hope not. But at that point,
I think what's more important here is we're not looking at the recruitment process. I think that we're all confused about what to run for.
right,
We hear people say, you should run for the board. What does that mean?
yes.
Like, I don't know what that means, run for the board. What board position am I running for? How long is the
Right.
term? What's my role? Do I have to give up this role? And I think that that's where we're confused on what the progression of from a chapter president, if we've been a chapter president for 20 years, like just die off, or do we continue to help? I mean, I think that there needs to be some progression and we need to learn that. And I think that there needs to be a better recruitment process or a discussion of a recruitment process, because I keep asking for 4 years in a row, do we have an active role in deciding who our regionals are? And we've
Yes.
never had that before. Like the regionals decided who the regionals were, or however that process went.
So
It wasn't a chapter president situation.
yeah, so let me pull up the elections. So you do have an active role in selecting regional directors as it pertains to your region. And I think that's where things get confused, because the regional directors in the affected regions are the ones doing the voting. And so the regions, oh, hi Zane. So we're gonna take we're gonna take a break from this election discussion.
Yeah, don't
I
cut that part out of the tape.
Yeah, so we're gonna take a break from our elections discussion, and we're just going to allow Zane to join us. So Zane, if you just come up and you can take the podium.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Wow, it's good to see everybody in person. My goodness. It's wonderful to see you. Thank you for making the trek here to Ledge Day. This is probably our most important Ledge Day, I would imagine. It just is. You know, there's so much going on. The government's been kind of a big part of our lives over the last 12, 14 months. And I wanted to say thank you for making the trek. We have enormous priorities, and we know that your businesses are still hurting. We understand acutely that the recovery is very uneven. And while companies like Microsoft and Apple are recording record profits and sales, is just not the same in the travel industry. The fact that the government continues to outlaw cruise travel and continues to discourage travel by putting sort of a red tape warning around the rest of the world with its pronouncements and regulations is just a really tough time for our industry. So we know that you need more support until the time in which those charged with public health at the CDC and State Department can rescind those restrictions and allow us to get back to work. So that's why we're here today. We got and here tomorrow. And boy, you could take the picture off of me. I can do this myself, can't I? I like looking at Chris Sotomayor better anyway, don't you? I'll pretend I'm her. Look, this is, something broke late last week in a bitterly divided Senate. They all got together and decided that by unanimous consent that they wanted to restart the Alaska cruise season, which is amazing. It tells you how important it is, even though you have a completely Republican group of legislators from that state, that everyone went along with this. They could see the wisdom in it to temporarily suspend the PVSA. We hope that they'll permanently suspend the PVSA. That would be nice, but we'll take what we can get. The first time we talked to Senator Lee about this issue about 3 weeks, maybe a month and a half ago. Is anyone from Utah? I don't see anyone. Oh, hey. Thank you. We talked to Senator Lee about this on the phone about a month ago, maybe a month and a half. He was unaware of the PVSA, and Utah is not a huge cruise market. It doesn't, it doesn't border an ocean, but he really hates self-inflicted regulation wounds. And so he got a hold of it, and he gave a 10-minute diatribe on the Senate floor the other day, which actually it actually pushed the Murkowski vote out a few days, but it was so impressive and wonderful. So it's great to thank you for being here. And Senator Lee's certainly a good friend of ASTA. He won our award last year. Does anyone have any questions for me about what's going on at ASTA?
Oh, well, actually.
Please, Kelly.
Doesn't the House now have to vote on this?
Yes,
And when
yes.
does that happen?
We need a companion bill. We've talked with senators from Alaska, both senators from Alaska, and said, how can we help? How can we get a companion bill into the floor? And it's one of the things that Evan's going to talk about this afternoon in the training and tomorrow morning in the training session. So, but the fact that the Senate is the harder house to get anything done in. So, and the fact is, what's really interesting is the SAVE Act, HR 2120. We have 11 co-sponsors and 10 of them are Democratic, which is fascinating to me. Yeah, I know. It also, I mean, it's wonderful. It shows that maybe the higher hurdle has been achieved, and we definitely want to keep momentum. I have a number in my head of co-sponsors I want in the next couple of weeks, but it'll depend largely on our ability to push tomorrow and really find some more champions for the SAVE Act. That would give travel advisors. It actually adds us as a census code into the shuttered venues program, which would make you eligible for up to $10 million, 45% of your operating expenses for the year in a grant. We don't want loans, we want grants. It's a great program. It's going to run out of money soon too. But the fact is that if we're successful here, then any subsequent legislation, whether it's infrastructure or anything else that moves in the House, will be well positioned. And if we don't get even though we're cut out of shuttered venues right now, if we don't get into the program now, when they do replenish the funds, then we'll still be out. That's why well, why are you pushing hard for a program that's almost out of money? Well, because they'll replenish that money. They did it last year with the CARES Act. Once a program is on the books, it's really, it's good. It's easier to get into that program than to try to create something out of whole cloth. So that's what we're doing there. But thank you for the question.
Zane, I just have
Bill?
2 questions. Was there a partnership with ASTA and Royal Caribbean in their decision to make those interest-free loans? Because that was really, really a generous offer and something that's worked out beneficial for a lot of agents. And the most important question is, how are the kids? Your kids? Yeah.
Our kids.
Any driving stories or anything? you wanna tell us?
Oh, wow. We have been traveling like crazy as our family. So we have some, I'll share a fun family travel story in a minute. But actually, we were not involved in the Royal Caribbean. You know, they have been an extraordinary partner to ASTA, and Vicki Freed, she'll be here tomorrow. She's going to broadcast live her coffee talk session from the legislative day. So perhaps some of you will be featured on that show. But in a really, really tough year last year, they gave ASTA an additional $25,000 made a $25,000 commitment to ASTA in November of last year, which is really extraordinary. And then came out with the program to offer up to $250 million worth of loans to travel advisors at no interest. You know, you find out who your partners are in the down times. But also be remiss if I didn't say, I mean, Norwegian Cruise Lines changed their remuneration structure to bring commission payments closer to time of booking and payment rather than time of travel, which I also find is a really great move and something that we've applauded a couple of weeks ago. We'll applaud again today. We'll applaud it tomorrow. We want that to be an industry-wide kind of movement. And to be honest with you, I sit and talk with our proud partners all the time and say, hey, anything that you're doing to get our members paid more quickly, any policy decisions that you made in that regard to bring commission payments closer, let me know and we'll shout it from the rooftops. And what's interesting is almost no one will come to me, but you know, some of our advisors will come later and say, do you know what so-and-so is doing? Do you know what Norwegian's doing? Do you know? And so I don't know what it is. Maybe they're shy. Maybe they don't want to toot their own horn. Maybe they are afraid. I don't know what it is, but we definitely support any and all of those moves to support our members. Travel stories. Oh boy, the Kirby children. You are lucky that none of you are traveling with the Kirby children. They're travel snobs, all of them. But we have a 14-year-old son who's a budding chef. He buys all kinds of spices and everything. And we did a tour of the Southwest last fall, right after the global convention. And we started in Phoenix and drove 2,300 miles in 2 weeks. We went, and Bob was our travel advisor. He might have enlisted some of your help he kind of plotted our course along the way and kept us moving, which was a lot of fun. But my son called Hell's Kitchen because he's a huge Gordon Ramsay fan and said, hey, can I get a table at your restaurant? And they said, no, kid, not for 2 months. And I said, hey, you know what? I know some people at the Las Vegas CVB, maybe they could pull a string or two for you. And he said, no, you can't, Dad. You're just an old jerk. You can't do something like that. I said, no, let me just give it a try. Oh, okay, fine. So I called the Las Vegas CVB and they managed to get us a table. So I was able to rub that in his know-it-all teenage nose for at least 6 months since then. That's my most recent travel story. Thank you, Phil. Other questions? Well, I did two quick things for me. One is I'm really, you know, our grassroots efforts, the work that you do to build ASTA at the local level is, I mean, there aren't adjectives enough to describe it. It's the most important thing that you do, because we can't get around and touch everybody. We can't get around and pronounce this from headquarters. Even like the Travel Advisor Daily is kind of growing in popularity, which is great. You know, we're hosting events like this. This is wonderful. But that consistent sort of, you know, people need a friend and they need a local friend and someone that they can turn to. So when you are able to create those local friendships and that local sense of community, like that's why people stay with ASTA. They might join ASTA for advocacy, but they'll stay with ASTA because of the feeling that they get at the local level. So wherever you can, we're obviously masked here. I'm double vaccinated. I got my shot yesterday and my arm hurts still, but my second shot. But we want to be, thank you. We want to be safe. We definitely want to be responsible. We're following all CDC guidelines, all guidelines from Mayor Bowser. And we hope that you will as well. But please, please, we're going to err on the side. Let's err on the side of trying to meet where we can. Obviously following all guidelines, but get back together in person. So important to get that local community, that local feeling back again. So thank you. And the only other thing, and Elizabeth told me, twisted my arm, please don't. We are also applying. ASTA was ineligible for a PPP loan last year. So we filed our ERTC, our Employee Retention Tax Credit, with the IRS in December. And I called them about 2 weeks ago and I said, hey, and I was on hold for an hour. I was doing emails and other things, but finally someone appeared from the IRS on the phone. I said, hello, you're there. Yeah, yes, I am. I'm agent 264. Okay, I wrote it all down fast. And I said, you know, we applied for the ERTC credit for 2020. Can you give me a status on that? He said, you're calling from ASTA? Yes. He said, well, we sent you notices about your chapters. I was like, oh, sorry about that. We'll jump right on that. Can you tell me about the ERTC? And so he said, actually, yes, they had approved it like 4 months after we sent it in, April 27th or 8th or something like that. So that's good. So ASTA is eligible for some relief, which is important. But it did remind me that please, those form, you know, you hold ASTA's nonprofit status in your hands as well. And so we really got to get those end of year financials in by May 15th. It usually is just a postcard. Here's what was in for the year. Here's what was out. And when you mail that into the IRS, then it keeps them off of our back, and it, you know, makes sure that we're not that they'll respond to us when we are calling on them for other things. So thank you for that. Please.
Did you get the money yet?
Not yet. 8 to 10 weeks. 8 to 10 weeks. Can't you just? Yeah. Can I come down and pick it up? ASTA is doing really, really well. Last year, obviously, supplier support was really challenging and hard to come by, and it evaporated. Kelly Beagle and her team have done an unbelievable job trying to preserve ASTA's reputation as a fair actor, and also try to hold on to revenue. It's coming back and in fits and starts this year, which is really, really good. Really happy with Christina Selu. She is wonderful. She's and Jasmine, obviously, you know, wherever Jasmine is.
Oh, she's
back at the table. Our team, we had furloughs, we had pay cuts, but we kept most everyone on the staff, which is good. And I think that we're gonna be okay this year as long as we can continue to meet in person. Please, please, please make it to the global convention. I know our registration's pacing way ahead of previous years. In fact, now's the time of year when our meeting planner usually calls me up and says, Zane, you know, we have registrations, but no one signed up for the hotel. Oh no, we're gonna face attrition. And we have like 87% of our room block already sold at the convention with like 450 advisors. So yeah, we're in really good shape there. Kelly has planned all kinds of fun stuff. We're gonna have a crew. We're gonna end the event on a cruise on the lake there. I said, are you sure the lake? It could be bumpy. He said, no, they'll stay by the shore if it's bumpy. Okay, good. I don't want anyone throwing up. I know. But we're going to do that. Premium members are going to go have a rooftop at Wrigley. We're going to have a pack walk down to the Bean. You know, Scott Kirby, the CEO of United Airlines. We haven't had an airline CEO at the ASTA Global Convention in many, many years. So I know it's down the street from him, but it's a big deal that he's showing up. So we want to make sure that he looks out and sees a group of strong, sturdy travel professionals who are there to, you know, make sure that to keep him honest. So what?
It was Bill's birthday last night. And it was over cocktail, and we were talking about, is there a keynote speaker or at the AGC?
You know, we have a bunch of, I mean, we have a bunch of speakers. I think that we've kind of focused more on the experience this year. That's why we took the money. It was a deliberate decision, but we took the money that we'd normally pay for some sort of feature speaker like that, and we're plowing it into the cruise at the end of the night, at the end of the show. One big ship, 700 people can fit on it, so it's going to be a whole lot of fun. And I think I love getting big name feature speakers. We are still looking at some people who have maybe done some really unique things that we can possibly learn from, but it won't be at the level of a big name. Yeah.
I like the
See.
want travel stories.
Yes.
I get my obligatory 10 minutes. They keep trying to shorten it. I'm like, no, give me my 10 minutes at the beginning of the show. Anything else? Bill?
Just one more thing. Is there regular dialogue between ASTA and the three-letter word CDC? I know that CLIA and the cruise lines are meeting with them weekly. Is that correct?
That's not my understanding at all. I talk to
Ah.
Kelly Craighead every week, and we're inside baseball. Is that tape rolling? Can we cut the tape off? I'll tell you. So we have written the CDC for the last 14 months. We started out nice. Then we became more despondent, more forceful, more begging, more pleading, more threatening. Last fall, we threatened to sue the CDC if they didn't revise their conditional sale order, which their no sale order, and they did. They did it. They changed from no sale order to a conditional sale order. My personal opinion is, so we're not in contact with the CDC. The only action, the only response that we've gotten, other than a perfunctory letter back saying, yes, we've heard what you have to say and we'll take it under advisement, is the fact that we have filed a motion in Tampa with Governors DeSantis and Delaney. No, who's the Alaska governor? It's not Delaney. I always mispronounce his name. Dunleavy. I'm sorry. Governors Dunleavy, they have both sued the CDC and said that they have overstepped their authority by shuttering the cruise industry. That authority doesn't rest with the CDC, which is a function of the executive branch, but that power rests with the legislative branch. So the governors DeSantis and Dunleavy have said, no, you're not allowed to do that, and we're suing you for injunctive relief immediately. We want to get back and have cruises start in Florida and Alaska, respectively. So we have filed a motion with an amicus brief because the economic harm is not confined to just Alaska and Florida, as wonderful as both of those states are, but they are with all of you. Travel advisors all over the United States, 160,000 travel advisors are suffering because of the CDC's action and now inaction. And so we filed that motion. Governors DeSantis and Delaney, why can't I say his name? Dunleavy. My goodness. They waved us on. They said, great, we love it. Bring your motion. We want to hear it, and bring your amicus brief. We're in full support of it. And the CDC filed last Friday and said, no, there's nothing to see there. ASTA doesn't know what they're talking about. There's a procedural. They should have filed it earlier. That's what they did. They're trying to get us removed from the website on a procedural motion. But we're going to keep pushing forward. And we answered their ridiculous claim last Friday. So that's a long answer to a short question. But we're not in contact with the CDC. They see life through a very narrow focus, and I understand they're charged with public health, but some decisions are, they're too important to be left to just scientists sitting in a room. I mean, there are other considerations to make. And one of the things that I'll say, Bill, is that, that I'm going to make the point this afternoon. We have a press conference, the first ever press conference at the National Press Club, where Olga Ramuto, Matthew Upchurch, Alex Sharp, Jackie Friedman, and Jennifer Wilson Buttigieg will join me there, and we're going to talk about this issue. But it's really kind of perverse that the government is telling people, stop traveling, don't travel, you're bad if you travel, you can't travel, it's illegal to travel or to a port here in the United States, and then refuse also to give us aid until they can rescind those restrictions. It's really perverse, and so we're trying to make that point forcefully. And already 60% of, we poll consumers all the time, 60% of Americans say that the CDC has overstepped its authority. They're unfairly picking on the cruise industry. We just want to make sure that gets out, and that we can kind of reinforce that message and not only turn public sentiment, but also congressional sentiment on our side. Thanks for the question. Already horned in on your meeting too much, but.
I don't know, but I think if I can speak on behalf of all of us, we just want to thank you for fighting for us.
We have an awesome team at ASTA. Everyone, we have rock stars in every chair, maybe except mine. But you know, your support allows us to get some things done in Washington, and we want to get more done. I think the reputational work that Erica Richter has done, we had two enormous stories in the New York Times. One of them was 4 things you know before you pick a travel advisor. The other one was travel advisors on the way back. You hear them roar. I mean, the headlines, like, I couldn't buy that. And I just think that, you know, I want 3 Erica Richters. You know what I mean? I want more. I want to be able to push into that and not just have an earned media strategy, but keep pushing there and do more. We have, you know, buy Google AdWords like everybody, but we want to continue investing in ASTA's digital platform, you know, digital platforms that showcase the world, the great things that you do and the packages that you put together, but also, you know, make sure that we're managing your reputation effectively. And so that doesn't happen without you. We have no association without our volunteer leadership. We have no association without the feeling that you create at the local level. We can't get anywhere. You know, we're constantly staying in the top of the funnel there. So we need to, so I would, again, you used to thank me. Thank you. You know, I'm glad I don't work for the bankers, and I'm sure that the Santa people need great representation too here in Washington, but travel advisors are wonderful people. You're just salt of the earth people, and it's just a joy to work alongside you and with you and for you. So thank you. You make it easy.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you, guys. Thanks for letting me join you. I'm gonna hang around for a little while.
No, but thank you, Zane. And so we're going to talk a little bit about elections, and specifically we're going to address regional directors. So when it comes to regional directors, the people who vote on the regional directors are the people who are in the affected area. So let's break down how this works. The Northeast and Southeast regional directors change on even years. North Central, South Central, Northwest, and Southwest all change on odd years. And the reason why we did that was continuity for the board. So you didn't have all the regional directors, thank you goodness, not all going on off at the same time and stuff like that. So what happens is, if you are a past chapter president, you throw your hat in the ring and you want to run for a regional director, that their election happens from the people within that region. So the Northeast chapter presidents will vote for the Northeast regional director, Southeast will vote for Southeast. In this case, North Central will vote for North Central, same with South Central, Northwest, and Southwest. Now, then there is a runoff election to determine who then sits on the board of the regional directors who are selected. So the people who voted in the first vote will then vote again to fill the remaining seats on the board. So this year is particularly important, especially chapter presidents, because right now we have our Northeast regional director, Lois, will continue to serve the rest of her 2-year term. And our Southeast regional director, Eddie, will, and this is all by choice, by the way, if they choose to continue to serve, they will serve in those terms. Eddie already sits on the national board of directors. He was elected. He will continue that as well. So then we will elect regional directors from I'm sorry.
So Eddie serves 2 roles.
Eddie served, yeah, currently Eddie is serving 2 roles.
Yeah.
Currently.
He's the regional.
Yes.
And he serves on the board.
Yes.
Is that because he serves as a regional that he serves on the board?
Yes. He's one of the, so when we did the Northeast elections, when we did the East, if you will, Lois won the seat for Northeast, Eddie won the seat for Southeast as regional directors. Then there was a runoff, and Eddie won that runoff and was elected to the board.
Yeah, that sounds logical. I don't understand any of that, but that's okay. Well,
No. I want you to understand
a runoff for a whole different election.
No, so there were several different people who ran for these positions, and so there was one available seat on the board, ASTA's National Board of Directors, for a regional director to fill.
Oh, he won the regional director seat on the board.
On the
Okay.
board of directors.
All right, very good.
Yes.
Okay.
Does that clarify?
Yes.
Okay.
And that could have been anyone, any region. It just happened to be Southeast.
I mean, it happened to be Southeast because those were the regional directors elected in that in that area. Like if you get down to technicalities, it could have been, but they have to be serving as a regional director. There are 6. And then of that 6, 3 sit on the board. And so when there was openings for the Northeast region and the Southeast region, somebody had to replace the missing, if you will, RD seat on the board. And so there are 3 regional director seats on the board. And so Eddie currently fills one of them.
For how long?
For 1 more year. So if you think the East is even and everybody else is odd.
If I recall correctly, the entire East Coast voted between Lois and Eddie for that seat.
Yes.
Everybody voted.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So everyone, so in the runoff, the same people who voted for the regional director in their area will then vote in the next election to elect the person to fulfill any remaining empty regional director board seats.
So if you were to run for a region, you should expect that you could be on the board.
Yes.
Okay.
And there is currently no provision in the bylaws that allows you to not do that. I asked.
Okay.
Yes, questions from the chat?
Yes, Jasmine, Chandra's asking, and I think this would be helpful because I know you've done this, if they could get a breakdown of which chapter falls within each region.
Absolutely.
Yes, I think that would be helpful for everyone.
Chapter map.
Absolutely. I can definitely do that. I can show you, I will show you on the elections page. Other questions in the chat about regional directors specifically? All right, wonderful. I put this up and I'm honestly not sure how I got to it. Give me 1 second. So for this year, and this is, I mean, every year is important, but this year specifically, we have 4 regions. So most of you, if you're on the East, you're not voting this year, but the majority of you will be voting for a new regional director. And of that runoff, you will then need to select people. There will be 2 seats that will need to be selected to fill the remaining board positions that are open for regional directors.
For how long?
Huh?
How long is that term?
That is a 2-year term.
Okay.
So Northeast and Southeast, the East is even, so they will cycle off in even years. And then every other region, North Central, South Central, Northwest, and Southwest, cycle off on odd years.
Last year, just so you know, everybody was extended. Everybody 1 year because of what was going on and just couldn't hold the elections. So those of us that were up last year to be reelected, we're being elected this year, and then the other ones.
So what Helen pointed out is the way that I honestly think of it is that basically 2020 didn't count for all intents and purposes, except I now have a beautiful little baby boy. 2020 did not count. So it's continuing that people who were serving will continue to serve. And that's the election is kind of picking up where 2019, I guess, left off.
But 21 comes off in 23 though, correct?
Yeah, those elected in 2021 will come off in 2023.
Okay.
And those elected in 2022 will come off in 2024 and so forth. Other committees have slightly different rules, but we're talking specifically for the RDs. All right, so we are on asta.org, and I wanted to take you all here because I believe it'll answer a lot of questions. Under About Us, under Governance, there is a whole section on elections. Sorry, my computer is glitching a little bit. There we go. So we are on elections, perfect. And so this is the page you want to point your chapter members to, because we start off right away with who can vote. Most members, how they're going to get involved with elections is going to be by a voting process, and it tells you who can vote, what happens, when does voting take place, what happens if you didn't receive a ballot, questions, all of that. This is where the majority of people are honestly going to stop. They're going to participate by voting. We want our members to vote. This is a membership benefit that I think often gets forgotten. You all directly affect your association. This is one of the biggest ways. So if you can stress that to your chapter members from now until forever, I would be most appreciated. Because this is how they can participate. They vote, you get a vote. And so from here, you can click on more ways to get involved. And this is where we get involved into some of the other items. So these additional links will take you to specifics about becoming an at-large director or small business network director or regional director. Now, if you click on the regional director page, it gives you all of the information, including a map of the chapters and which chapters are in which region. It's all listed on the regional director page. So it's actually already there. And you all can scroll through that. It tells you about the term of office, which regional directors sit on the board of directors. And so as I presented earlier, if you are interested in a position, one of the things I asked you to do was to learn about the position, make sure that you're eligible. The way that you do that is by clicking on the individual links on this election/volunteering page, so you can learn more exacting about what it is you would be required to do if you chose to serve in this position. Once you read through this, if you have questions about eligibility or just questions in general, feel free to email elections@asta.org. You can also email me directly and I'd be happy to assist you. So that's where you find that. The other important thing I want to point out for yourself and also your members is the elections calendar. So you notice that Tuesday, May 18th, today is the opening date for submitting self-nominations for the positions. So if you are interested between now and Friday, the 28th at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, you will need to have submitted your self-nominations. And that's as easy as saying, you know, to whom it may be concerned, it's myself and Pam. Jasmine and Pam, I'm interested in running for this position. And submitting that to elections@asta.org. And then, of course, it goes into, we'll start sending you paperwork, and it goes into all of the things that we will do as far as like, we'll announce the candidates in June, we'll get profiles, we'll send out ballots. So you can follow the elections calendar if you are interested in learning more about the process. You all are already leaders within your chapters. I would encourage you to look at the calendar if you have questions. Yes.
Sorry, I should know this, but how would we know what positions are available?
Oh, let me scroll up to the top. And so in 2021, there are four, let me make this bigger. In 2021, there are 4 ways to get involved. And so this is a list of the positions that are available. You can be elected to one of 5 open at-large positions, be elected to the Small Business Network seat on the board of directors, be elected to one of the 4 open regional director positions, and cast your vote. So these top 3 represent the positions that are open. Each position has a specific set of requirements. So by clicking on either the links here or the links below, you can learn about what is required in order to be eligible to run for that position and what will be required of you should you be elected to serve in that position. Other questions? And this is, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Oh, no, it's okay.
So if these emails are going out for members to vote, if they're suppressed.
No. Didn't we get some like this a long time ago?
So this is why I'm enlisting you all in this sense.
What do you mean, like
If
we use like we
you-
painted?
Because we do go over, hold
Or-
on, in this, what happens if I didn't get my ballot and different things like that.
Yeah.
Because
They're
we
in the arts-
know
we haven't gotten any
members
more
with,
since we bought arts
I'll make
supplies.
this bigger, sorry. Members with AOL accounts and general emails, info@sales@ may have difficulty receiving ballots. Please contact elections@asta.org to update your email address so you can participate in the voting process. We are aware of this issue, and I'm asking the chapter presidents that when you see the ballots go out, I'll let you know that they're going out like a few days in advance, that you all just let your chapters know at your chapter meetings, hey, ballots are coming. Make sure you get your ballot. Did you not get your ballot? Email elections@asta.org. They will make sure that you get your ballot. That's part of the reason why I wanted to involve the chapter leadership more so in this process, because we do realize that communications, email gets lost sometimes, but we want as many people to participate in the voting process as possible.
Will you also make announcements on the various Facebook pages?
Yes, Yes, I will. I
That's a
will.
really good way to,
Yes, I will make announcements on the various Facebook pages as well as, like the chapter president's page, of course, you guys, but also the small business network page. Hey, you're an INDR. Did you get your ballot? If you didn't get your ballot, please email elections@asta.org. I'm just asking you all to join us in the process of getting ASTA members out to vote and then getting them to participate and having a hand in this process. Yes.
So not to get too political, but doesn't that candidate carry a lot of weight if they're endorsed by a current regional coordinator, someone that they maybe discovered and thought that they did the work and that they're going to endorse them and suggest that they're the ones? And would we know that?
As far as
An endorsement for the next regional coordinator, regional director, sorry.
so if they're like
Does the process show that way or not?
The board, I don't think they can. endorse
yeah,
by them.
I know the board specifically cannot endorse. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I know the board cannot endorse
But
people.
other regional directors not on the board could.
Yeah, other regional directors not on the board could endorse people. Also, with the regional directors specifically, and I'll go back to the elections calendar so I can show you all this. There will be a, I don't want to say candidate meet and greet, but kind of. On Tuesday, June 22nd, there is going to be a regional directors candidate forum webinar. And this is going to be the opportunity for RD candidates to address the CPC prior to placing their vote. It is going to be a panel style moderated by me, asking questions, and we'll also take questions from the audience. So when it comes like specifically to regional directors, we're going to give RDs the chance to present themselves as candidates before the before the CPC.
And just one more question. So you said the requirements are in there, but what about the duties of that?
They're also listed.
They're in there, okay.
Requirements and duties are listed on those additional pages as per our bylaws, and they were also reviewed by Peter, so they're pretty good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. That currently is not part of the plan. However, I will ask my partner in crime working on elections to see what we can do about that. Linda, did you get that? So the question was if there's more than one candidate running for the small business network seat on the board, if we will have a similar candidates forum. And the answer to that is, I'm going to say a good maybe, as I will run that by Pam, who I'm working with for elections. Other questions?
This has been very helpful. Thank you.
You're what? And see, honestly, that is exactly what I wanted, because if you all as chapter leadership do not understand this elections process, there is not much hope that our chapter members, our general members, will understand it either.
But let me just say one thing really quick. One of the things that's good is that
They've even got a line on here for cleaning the windows. I'm like,
the
you
whole
motherfuckers didn't
country,
even do it to begin
people
with.
get confused.
Cleaning,
So when you're just
cleaning a
breaking
window,
it down by
yeah,
region,
$12. I'm like,
like, okay.
damn, y'all ain't put in your estimate for
There's
doing it and
candidate
didn't
and
even do it.
candidate. You people are going to be voting for these two. It's not quite so.
Yes, cumbersome, overwhelming.
Yeah. I mean, and yeah, and as Linda points out, it is not as cumbersome when you are able to break it
It's
down
like
just
the-
a little bit. But we also
main
want to
logs
make
are
sure that
stacked
our
up, they're
members
all
are
like bins,
participating,
and they should
and
label
I
art
think you
supplies.
all can definitely
See
lead
my
that
label.
charge.
I'm pretty sure
and
I
I'm
got labels on
So thank you in advance. Other questions about elections?
them. So where are you?
Okay, so it is now 11:33, and we are going to have a discussion around chapter fees. Christina, I'm just going to ask that you take a look at the chat and see if there are any questions before we move on. And let me switch to presenter mode.
No questions.
No questions? Okay, perfect. All right. So the purpose of this discussion is to get our chapter presidents council, our chapter network, all on a similar path when it comes to suppliers and presenting at chapter meetings. we want to make sure that we are moving in the same direction. So what I'm going to say now is what's in place now, and then a proposal for us to get to that same direction by January of 2022. Okay, so please keep that in mind. So what's in place now? Now, all supplier presenters are members of ASTA. They should be members of ASTA, either a full supplier at the full supplier rate or at the local BDM rate. And the application is available on the chapter president's resources page. No non-member suppliers should be presenting to ASTA chapters. Yes, ma'am.
When they pay the local VDM rate, they cannot present in another state?
When they play the local BDM rate, they're still able to present in other states. Christina, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes,
Yeah, they're still able to present in other states. It's just that usually the type of person that the local BDM rate is going to attract is going to be someone who has, usually it's going to be a smaller attraction within their locality. And we realize that, you know, Jasmine's running Jasmine's one boat service. I'm not interested in Virginia. I'm not interested in presenting to people in Florida necessarily because my one boat is not going to Florida. It's just going to stay here in Virginia. I'm not a big conglomerate. I'm just one girl with a boat. So that's what that local BDM rate is for. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
What happens if it's a big company that has, you know, many representatives, and they decide to use that local and not pay the other one?
So we do have some larger we do have some people who pay the local BDM rate because their larger company has not yet become a member of ASTA. But to directly answer your question, if it should be the person listed as the member who is doing the presenting at that point. And I know this can be a problem with BDMs, so please feel free to check with ASTA headquarters and we can help with that conversation, because oftentimes BDMs will say my company is a member of ASTA, but then you go to look them up and they're nowhere to be found. So what I do is I then go to that representative and I say, hey, is this your employee? And they're like, yeah, that's my employee. They're great. They're a representative. And then I get them added into the database so that then they look like a member to you all because they are actually a member. So to clarify, the member supplier employees are to become members of ASTA. They are part of their ASTA membership. But in order to officially be a member of ASTA, they need to be listed in our database. And so I think that's where the disconnect often happens, is a supplier will claim to be a member of ASTA, or an individual will claim to be a member of ASTA through their company, but their company hasn't listed them as a supplier. And I'm happy to have that conversation with a rep of the company. And it's usually a quick email, 5 minutes. Hey, is this your person? They go, yes. I say, great. We're going to add them to their local chapter and have them be a local BDM. And they go, oh, great. That's great. You know, nice having a conversation with you. And it gets them added into Real Magnet. It gets them put on your supplier list because I add them with the proper address, and they are officially a member of ASTA. So if someone's presenting your chapter, they need to be a member of ASTA. And if they're giving you a name and you can't find it, involve me and I will help you with that.
So does their membership go by their address or by their territory?
So I do it based on the request of the supplier. Sometimes the supplier will have me, they will say, list me here, but I would also like to see what's going on here, here, and here. This is where the industry calendar really comes in handy, because I will point them to that and say, hey, I know you had me list you in one place, but on the industry calendar, there are like 5 other chapters in your territory. And so you want to make sure that you're in contact with these people as well. And then once they become ASTA members, I show them where the CPC page is so they can also contact the other chapter presidents in their territory. But usually they like to be listed in one place.
While Zane's in here, I just want to reiterate, your full-time has really, really been necessary. Thank you.
Amen. You're welcome.
But I think at the end, I mean,
Yes.
just going back to membership for the suppliers, I think at the end, what we really want is the company to be the member so they can.
Yeah, we do. And we
This-
do.
The supplier was the, for the local small ones, but we really want the company to become the member of ASTA.
The only way to force it is if everybody is doing the same. thing,
Yes.
and we say,
Agree.
"You
Yes.
can't present
Yes.
if you're not."
And that's what this conversation really is about. That's what this as a chapter network, we have to be on the same page with this. So no non-membership suppliers should be presenting to ASTA chapters. I don't think this is how this really has been a problem, but I'm just emphasizing it over and over again. There are rates that are low enough that if they're local and they're small, they can still join ASTA. But we have to stand firm on this because we also want to support the suppliers that are supporting us. It's very important.
Jasmine,
Yes.
a lot of questions in the chat, just some chapters need clarity.
Okay, I am also there too.
Yes, so a couple of things. I'm glad Zane is here as well. I'm not sure what was going on before, but now we are standing and saying that, yes, they do need to be members.
Yes, we are standing firm in
yes.
saying that.
Now, if it's a trade show, and can they have a non-member rate and a member rate?
I mean,
That
honestly,
question came up in the chat
if
as well.
there's a trade show, can they have a non-member rate and a member rate? I would say yes, and that non-member rate includes the cost of a local BDM membership at least.
I love it.
So you become and honestly, that's the same thing we do at headquarters. It is. If you want to exhibit at ASTA headquarters and you are a non-member supplier, well, actually you pay a lot more and then you get to become an ASTA member. So they're going to become an ASTA member one way or the other.
That's right.
So welcome. So your non-member supplier rate includes ASTA membership. I will happily send them a membership application.
Awesome.
Well,
And I think
we'll just need to know what that is though, right? So that we can make sure and offer that.
yeah, so it's on the
Yeah,
chapter
individual
president's
members.
resources
Yep.
page as well. But the other thing about that is true, and I think before the issue is we did not fully realize what was happening with local BDMs, and there wasn't a place for them. So Jasmine's boat service was like, I can't pay $600. I'll pay, $199 because I want my local boat service to be promoted through ASTA in Virginia, but I can't pay $600. So now that we have a local BDM rate that's going to allow our local suppliers to be a part of their local chapter, we can really stand firm on this because you can join at this rate or this rate. And if you're joining at a local BDM rate, it's just you, but if you're joining at a supplier, you can add your multiple people all over the country and things like that.
I'd really like to get the temperature of the room, including Joanne over there, on whether or not this is going to work for everyone, or you set a January 1st implementation date for that. Is that correct?
Well, so this is the proposal I'm looking to have start in January this is something we should be doing now. I'm sorry, I haven't even gotten to the proposal part. We should be charging, or I'm sorry, all suppliers presenting to ASTA should be members of ASTA. That's
Right.
That should be happening.
Yep. We understand that. And those of us who've been around a long time have been asking for this for a long time, but there's never been a consistent message from national to say that.
Yeah.
And it seems like we're going in that direction now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And okay. Okay. Mhm. Okay. Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
Right. So you're seeing, and I'm also repeating for people who are online as well. So you are holding money from your trade show, from non-member suppliers, from a trade show that should have happened, but did not happen because of the pandemic, and you're grandfathering those people in. That I feel like they still need to join ASTA at some point before they are able to present again. But if you're holding fees that you did not include membership fees, I understand what you're saying, where you're coming from. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
What's the type of paint?
Okay, yes.
I think they want an exterior semi-gloss.
So is that up to date, like today? So, but I'm looking for classifications, and they're not in there.
So the website is up to date. Suppliers don't always list themselves by their common name. So you know them as Classic Vacation, but
Okay.
they list themselves with
So
us
the
as
list of things,
Classens
haven't decided will
Vacations
be replaced.
Incorporated,
full exterior wall will be painted.
so on and so forth. So if you're not looking
Color
at those
match,
exact terms, then
exterior
it may not
semi-gloss.
find it.
Now there's a trim at
Romagna
the
is
bottom
another
at
place
the
where
left
we can look,
from the
but
interior
also
window
if you
view.
ever have a question about a supplier
Usually made
membership,
square.
contact the ASTA
on the
membership
level.
team, we can confirm for you
Right
if
there.
you can't find them on the website. Because oftentimes, like, how many people know Sandals as
Okay.
Sandals? How many
Damage
people know
repair needle
Sandals as
replaced
Unique
or repaired.
Vacations? They're listed as Unique Vacations,
Um,
but everybody knows them as Sandals. And so
windows will be
things
properly
like
sealed
that
inside.
can
Gaps
cause a
on the side of the
discrepancy
window will be
within the
fixed.
database and
Windows will
cause
be
it
washed.
and cause it not to be able to
Anything
pull
else?
up. So if you have questions about people being a member, please let us know. We'll happily assist you with that. Yeah, sure.
It's really helpful when you contact your BDMs, if you're looking at the supplier list and saying, oh my goodness, are you guys not members of ASTA? That really helps us when you make that call to your BDM or to someone that you know. It shows them that you're paying attention to supporting the trade and supporting the organization. So in addition, I fully endorse everything that Jasmine's saying, but don't be afraid to call and say, hey, I was looking at the member list and I didn't see you there. That has a tremendous effect. So it's very helpful.
So if we can just go back to the original question, which was if the BDM says my company belongs, then that's okay.
If the BDM says my company belongs, but you cannot find them, let me know, because I will verify that they are actually with that company and add them to ASTA's membership roster so that it
I
is
see.
there.
Okay.
Yeah. Can we mute all attendees on the Zoom, please? Thank you. Sorry. Yes.
Listed as one of the suppliers of ASTA.
Mm-hmm.
Does that include everything under ALG and storage and application? Does that include all of them, or who does that include?
Christina, what was the decision on brands? So ALG is listed, and Bob and Zane, all of you. ALG is listed as a member of ASTA, but as far as the brands that are underneath them.
Apple, Punches.
There's six.
It's a gray area, and I'll tell you what we've done on the buyer side. And so what I think should be. clarified-
Sorry, Zane. Can we give Zane the microphone? It's okay. Sorry. Zane is going to clarify the brands question for us. Thanks, Zane.
I don't think we have anything on the books right now, but I will say that we looked at this on the board a couple of years ago, and they determined that large consortia or large agencies that own multiple brands, that they would have to, if they wanted each of the brands to be a member of ASTA, they had to pay the corresponding membership fee for that particular brand. I think where you see a brand, that brand should be a member of ASTA. So I don't think we have anything on the books in terms of saying suppliers need to behave in this specific way. And there are a lot of iterations of that, right? If you're Marriott, you pay for each individual Marriott property to be a member of ASTA. Maybe that's not quite reasonable. But if you are Apple Vacations, you have 3 sub brands that sell that specify in particular kinds of tours. I think it's reasonable for us to expect each of them to be brands of ASTA, to be members of ASTA.
Yeah. So we're expecting that the brands become members of ASTA. Now, this is where I've seen the local BDM rate honestly used, is that a local BDM of a brand that is not yet a member of ASTA but still wants to be involved with their chapter would join at the local BDM rate. I've seen that happen. I think more often that's the use that I've seen than Jasmine's small boat service, is that my big company is a brand but not a member of ASTA, but I want to be involved in my chapter, so I'm going to join.
And also multi-level, represent different companies.
Yeah, you said, oh, I'm sorry, you said you have reps that represent different companies?
Yeah, but they might sell several.
Multiple.
Oh, they might, okay, so you also have reps that sell different company, multiple companies. And so they will join as a local BDM and represent their various companies as well. Yes.
We had GoGo.
Mm-hmm.
One of our
Mm-hmm.
GoGo belongs to Liberty.
Mm-hmm.
Is GoGo a member or is GoGo not a member?
I'm not, I want to say that GoGo is a member of ASTA. Am I? No, no.
No, I don't know. I have to look that up.
Yeah.
Brought up on the call that he wanted GoGo to join ASTA. And I think he scared John away. Now John will talk to us. No.
I thought GoGo was a member, but I'm not sure. Maybe not.
When I searched on the website,
They don't come up, so they might not be.
Well,
Um,
they could be listed under, their ownership brand. A
Yeah.
flight center.
Or Flight Center. See,
If
yeah.
Flight Center's a
So
member.
this is why I emphasize, like, the person presenting to you, give me their name and I will look up the person. Not necessarily the company, but the actual BDM presenting to you should be a member of ASTA. And it's a quick fix. If their company is a member, it's a quick fix. It's, hey company, is this your employee? Usually I get a response within 24 hours and I just add them to the database as an employee of whatever company.
Well, John will present to us.
Of GoGo. I wonder if he's listed in, and he might be the president of GoGo. He might also be listed under another company. So I would have to look him up by name. Yeah.
So it-
Because what we were asking GoGo to do for ASTA as a whole
Yeah.
is to give us a representative that would be able to take care of the ASTA members, because so many people use
GoGo.
as a supplier. And when we asked that question, John said that he would do it, but then Rick said you have to be a member, and now John is not doing it.
Okay.
Because if we had a representative from GoGo just to be an ASTA.
who's Rick? Rick Artist? Oh, Ricky.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me repeat her question for everyone on, or comment or for everyone online. So the question is about the president of GoGo. Because so many ASTA travel advisors use GoGo, they have requested from that person that there be a representative specific to ASTA travel advisors. And that sort of partnership, if he's not a member, either under his own brand or under another brand, he would need to be a member to do so. And I can help with that. We can connect him with business development department to help with that as well, or membership. I can work with Christina to help with that.
But I think the original question, not mistaken also, if Liberty is, I'm not sure if Liberty is. Liberty is. Okay, so if he falls under Liberty.
He has to be in the database by name. That ends all of those. Yeah, if he's in, or Flight Center, if he, however they identify, the person is in the database by name, then they are a member. If they are not in the database by name, they are not a member. Now, they could easily be in the database by name in most cases because their company is a member and their membership is part of the company membership. So I'll go through the verification process and add them to the database by name. So you can look up the different BDMs by name. Yes. Yes, I appreciate that. Other questions about this? We're doing good, y'all. Yes. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So if their company is a member of ASTA and they go from company to company, they most certainly can do that. So the question is about the fluidity of our BDMs between companies and territories and stuff like that. We will just take their ASTA profile, update what's appropriate, and attach them to the right company. It's just a matter of letting ASTA at headquarters, either they or their company can let ASTA at headquarters know that has happened. And part of the reason why we don't actually have a really good list of BDMs for you all, as much as I want to give you one, is because this sort of thing isn't happening on a regular basis where people are being added by name in the database, which is something that I'm trying to correct. Do we have, let's see. If you have a presenter who is a self-employed consultant in another area, like marketing, who presents, do they have to, they also have to be an ASTA member, correct? If they are eligible for ASTA membership, they should be an ASTA member. But if they have nothing to do with a travel industry, but you have someone presenting who's like, I mean, we do have lawyers who are members of ASTA who are travel lawyers, but if you have someone who's a social media guru who's presenting and they're not in travel, then they don't need to be an ASTA member. When I talk about suppliers, I'm talking specifically about travel related suppliers. But if you're like, if there's like, you know, marketing LLC company comes in, they can become an ASTA member if they're interested in travel and that's who they want to market to. But understandably, if they're not an ASTA member and they're presenting to the chapter, that's fine, because they're not in travel presenting to travel advisors. They're outside of travel trying to give you all knowledge that is valuable, but not necessarily travel related. It's business related. And we want you all to be good business people. Let's see. Is there a letter that we can send to them and to explain the 199 membership so they can understand and decide if they want to pay that fee on top of our meeting cost?
A link to the website might be best.
Yeah, we can send them a link to the website. Like if you want to be in our community, you need to join our community. I don't know exactly how other ways to say that.
Jasmine, I think that there are some comments in the chat previously. Just some chapters are having trouble getting the suppliers to pay. They're saying that some suppliers are saying they have no money, but then many chapters are having success. And I'm just curious just where the breakdown is, because you have some chapters chime in saying suppliers are saying, yes, we can. And then there's some chapters experiencing suppliers that are saying, no, we can't. So it's interesting how there's such a disconnect there. If any of the chapters can weigh in on that.
Yeah.
Get new suppliers.
I mean, so I think one of the things I think gets taken for granted, and actually Bob put this in perspective for me, when you're explaining to a supplier, even if you only have, let's say a typical supplier call takes what, Bob, 10, 15 minutes? Okay. We'll say 15 minutes to give a good pitch presentation. You want them to buy your product. If you have even 10 people in your meeting, how much time did they just save presenting to all 10 of those people all at the same time, even if you just have 10? I think what gets taken for granted on the chapters is you all don't realize how valuable you are and how valuable your audience is. No matter how small or big, you are eliminating the need for them to go out and find reputable travel advisors. Because they're members of ASTA who are joining your meetings, or people who want to be members of ASTA, these are people who are investing. These are people who are taking their business seriously. And so I think part of it is letting the supplier know. Part of it is letting the supplier know that you are presenting to an audience of people who are serious about their business. And we're actually going to save you time by having you presenting to, 10 to however many people in an hour versus you having to make those individual sales calls. Like what is worth your time? You have an hour and you've got 10 people that you're going to present to, and you have, or you're going to spend an hour and you're going to only be able to talk to 3 or 4.
Jasmine, that counters the supplier's question back to the CP. Well, it depends on how many people you're going to have attending this meeting. So if you use that wonderful perspective to counter that question, I think you've made your case.
Yeah.
One of the other issues that goes along with that is it goes 2 ways, because are the individuals who are on that call members of ASTA as well? That's a huge discussion that we've had as presidents. Are we charging them a member rate or a non-member rate for that particular event? And I think that that's important to talk about too. Are the
Yes.
people who are participating members of ASTA? Are we exclusive to just those? And are we encouraging them to belong to ASTA?
We should be encouraging members to belong to ASTA. I want to stick to suppliers, so I hate to like punt this conversation down the road, but we should encourage people to be joining ASTA. But we do not want to close ourselves off so much that people who are thinking about joining ASTA can't come to a chapter meeting. Now, if you have certain chapter meetings and certain suppliers who are like, I only want ASTA members in this, I've seen chapters do that as well. And because they want to hear from a specific supplier, people will join because they want to hear from that person. So it depends on the audience, and you can have a mix of the different type of meetings. At least that's what I've seen people do before, especially if a supplier, when we go back to meeting a person, if a supplier is paying for something that's a request. That is why in Real Magnet, you have a travel agents only list for that purpose. Helen?
Bill, what we've done with our chapter is we started allowing people to attend 2 meetings and then they have to join. They need to join. We didn't allow it.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's another option.
So yeah, so another option was that they allow people to attend 2 meetings, and then after those 2 meetings, they needed to join.
And really, isn't it based on our database? I mean, if we're using the database in Real Magnet, then they're members already, right? So if we're using a database outside of Real Magnet, then it's potential that they're not members.
Yes, so if you're using your active travel agency list, then they're active travel agencies as of at least 24 hours ago.
Yep.
And so there's that.
Also in my invite, like I say, you have other travel advisors who want to come from out there. And 2 separate, you know how you charge a fee for an ASTA member to attend the meeting, and a separate fee for a non-ASTA member, that's higher.
Mhm.
And
Yep.
then, so when they come, they go, oh, I can pay this for a member, and I'm getting this information. It's just a way to incentivize them to join.
So the non-member should pay $199 for that event.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Yep.
Yeah.
Make it
So
substantial.
charging non-members more to attend meetings than members, of course. I'm trying to also pay attention. I'm seeing comments go in the chat, and the chat is starting over on me.
Jasmine, there was one question about site visits.
About site visits? in what
Yes,
sense?
if they're doing a site visit with a non-ASTA supplier, are they not able to present during that visit? I mean, that's a little bit different than a supplier coming to the chapter, asking to get in front of versus a chapter just going to see a site.
Yeah, if a chapter is going, yeah,
there's a difference there.
Yeah, there is a difference there. If a chapter is going on a field trip, basically to go see a
Yeah.
site, then I would say again, you should encourage them to become ASTA
Right.
members, because if they want to then present that site beyond the people who choose to come, they will need to be an ASTA member for that. But if you all are going to them, then I would understand them not being an ASTA member for that. And so someone asked in the chat, should we charge for a virtual presentation? You should. You should charge for virtual presentation. We have an entire chapter that funds themselves off of virtual presentations. And we hope to get to that point. They specifically said charge the suppliers.
But that's the virtual chapter. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a virtual chapter.
They don't have it.
I'm trying to make sure.
Yeah, whether that's in person or
Yeah.
virtual, they're still getting in front of advisors.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, they're still making their case.
Okay, so that's the first part. And so here, I mean, we've already kind of touched on the second part of this proposal is beginning in January of 2022, I would like this group to be asking suppliers for, in quotes, I put something, whether that's a prize pack. I just said arbitrarily of at least $50. This can be like tchotchkes, a gift card, stuff that suppliers tend to have on hand. They ask them to pay for a venue or the meal, or they pay a fee that's determined by the chapter. I'm hoping that this proposal will take us closer to all working together as one and making sure that the suppliers are investing in the chapters because you all are valuable and you all are a valuable audience of dedicated members. So please understand, people who join ASTA are already professionals. People who join ASTA and then participate in their chapter members are chapter meetings are then a level up from that. They're invested enough in their profession that they also want to take their own social time to be invested in their profession. So emphasize that with suppliers. So this is where I hope for us to get to, where we are all asking as a chapter network, we're asking the suppliers for something. And then hopefully this is agreeable. I'm looking at the chat to see. Yes, yes. Please ask them to do something. Eddie, so you said, I think Jasmine answered the question by saying, get them to do something, perhaps just a giveaway. Yes, if they do a giveaway and they do a $50 gift card, that's fine. And I understand for smaller suppliers, and also if you don't feel comfortable, if you have a small amount of attendees, that is something. If they're paying for your venue or paying for a meal, that is something. And for those chapters who are charging, who have a specific set of fees that they charge, that is also something. What I do not want to happen is have suppliers go to, Jasmine's chapter and they can present for absolutely nothing. And then they go to Chris's chapter and Chris is like, well, you got to give us something. They go, well, Jasmine down the street didn't give me anything or ask me anything. Why are you doing that? So I want to get us on one page of asking for something. And January of 2022 seems like a long way away. But it gives us time to get used to this thought. We're going to go over this again in August as well. So I just wanted to put this out there and hopefully this is agreeable. I'm seeing a lot of head nods. Yeah, and Susan Drum, perfect. This is what we've been doing for pay a venue, pay a meal, pay a fee, or raffle something. I feel like I set the number at $50 because I felt like that was easy enough. I think they would have that. Yes, Melinda. Yeah, so as Melinda pointed out, people like free things. I like free things. And so if you announce that there's going to be some sort of giveaway, then you're more likely to get more members to attend.
Years ago, this conversation was much more heated among the presidents than it is today. So I'm curious about the temperature of the room. It seems like everyone is in agreement with this style moving forward. And it just seems like it's so much better than it was years ago. Do you guys remember what we used to argue forever? It seemed like this idea that said National's infringing on our ability to bring a supplier to our events. But now we see a lot of leadership there that says this should be the direction you're going in.
I'm seeing a lot of head nods. So I'm hoping that this is, I mean, and you don't have to wait till January to start this. I'm just asking that by January of 2022, we are all on the same page. All right. So that, are there any questions, more questions? Yes, there's a question.
In our area, of having suppliers to pay for a Zoom call. So what we do from our chapter, I always ask them to give something.
Yes.
So we've been getting van trips.
Yes.
Van trips for the whole chapter.
Yes.
So whoever wants to go.
Can go.
As long as you register on a timely basis, you can go. And
Okay, so let me just pause right there so I can repeat what you're saying. So basically with your chapter, you've been asking the suppliers to give something and you've been getting fam trips offered to the entire chapter.
We got
Or whoever's on the Zoom call. You got plane tickets and a 7-night stay. Yeah.
I wanted to in Hawaii on based on one of the calls from the region.
Right. So
I just wanted to point out too, there's a very other important thing that you all need to think about. You have to be able to generate some income.
yes.
So if you're going to ask for a supplier to pay for a meal, an event or whatever, pad it a little bit.
They should
So
be
you're
paying you.
actually putting something away in your treasury. This is the only way that you're going to be able to pay expenses for the chapter president to come to the CPC meetings. So don't forget that very important factor. Figure out a way to also kick up your revenue,
Absolutely.
your income.
Absolutely. Like, we want you all to be well supported. And we also realize that please do not take your audience for granted. Even if your audience may be small, that's time saved on their end of having to call and pitch and answer questions from individuals as well. And that's something that you can take to them and say, hey, I'm going to give you, even if it's 10 people, 15 to 20 minutes each, but you have an hour to present to all of them all at the same time. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. So that is something that is very important to point out. So Edward pointed out that more and more agencies are going home-based, and it's hard to find those home-based travel advisors, but they can find them through chapter networks. So are there any more questions around this topic? Okay. Questions from the audience. I see Deb says they charge a member a small fee to attend. The meetings are of value to them, which is good. Other questions around this topic? All right. So not bad.
12:40.
We actually finished. Hold on, let me show you. Where's the agenda guys? 1 second. So. Okay. Yeah. So we're going to do lunch right now. For those of you who are online and those of you who are joining us in person, I'm going to ask that we are wrapping up our lunch and we are back in our seats and ready to go at, what time is it? It's just after 12, 12:55. 12:55. We are in our seats and ready to go because I am not the one presenting. We're actually bringing in someone else. So I want to make sure our audience is here. And with that, please go and enjoy your lunch. We'll be starting promptly at 12:55 Eastern Daylight Time. What? Lunch is outside.
Just bring it in.
Just bring it in.
Yay.
Good job, everybody. Oh, yeah, no, is it on there? Yes, yes, it was highly rated on Amazon. One of the, they have different ones. This one was the
because I did ask for 12:55. Wow, you guys are great. I'm so excited. Oops, I'm sorry about that. That's me. You know what? I did not bring my stars today. I apologize. No. You know what? I will make sure. I did not bring my stars today. I apologize because I do actually have stars. But I will make sure that at AGC, if you come see me, I will make sure you all get a gold star to put on your badge. If you want one. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get ready and get started. It is 12:56 now. So I'm, excuse me, I need some water. I'm good. So I'm super excited. Oh, thank you. I'm good. I'm super excited to introduce our senior coordinator of marketing, Lauren Fells, who's going to be giving this wonderful presentation on engaging your chapter members through social media. I know some of you have some chapter-based social media, and so Lauren's going to teach you how to differentiate between the types of social media that you might have, as well as how to engage members through that social media. So Lauren, if you want to go ahead and come up, that'd be awesome. Yay! Huh?
Who's joining us? Can they wait? Just so we can acknowledge them. Are they there?
Yeah, they're there. Hey, so really quick, if you're joining online, if you just want to go ahead and give a wave.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Hey.
We're missing you here.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. All right, and then everyone go. Thanks, Lauren. No problem. Okay. It's okay. I done did about 2 people already, so you're good. So hello, everyone. Nice to see everybody in the flesh. You know, it's some people I've seen virtually, other people I've not met. So it's great to see you today. What I'm going to talk about is mainly how you should engage with your chapter members and even potential chapter members through social media. Let's see how this works because this is not my computer. Okay. So this is kind of an overview. What we'll be talking about is really knowing your audience, creating your content, how you can engage, and then planning your social media strategy. And there's a nice little surprise at the end that I'm sure you all would love on behalf of ASTA. So first question, who are you actually talking to when you are on your social media channel, which for the most part, I would assume Facebook. Is anybody doing LinkedIn? Anybody doing, oh, okay, we got a couple of LinkedIn. Anyone thinking about Instagram for maybe the young professionals? Okay, cool, that's good. I want to see YouTube maybe. Anybody doing YouTube? Oh, you doing the whole thing. What else you doing? Oh, okay. It's a little secret over there. Okay. So with that being said, oh, you got Twitter. That's actually interesting. Because Twitter mainly it would be more so for up-to-date, very like immediate kind of pressing news that you want to do. Unless you want to be the quirky type, like Target or Wendy's, and you got a little joke here or there that you want to be a part of, you can do that too. But for the most part, when you're really trying to engage with your chapter members or even trying to bring in new members, you really want to know who your audience is, who you're speaking to, and then how you're speaking to them. A lot of times is if you're saying the wrong information, they're probably already turned off already because you've said something backwards, or they're like, I don't really like how that sounds, or I don't feel comfortable. This is not for me. So really, you have to just kind of gauge the audience that's already looking in order for you to really see what it is you need to be saying. So with that being said, these are other.
Do AOL chat rooms count, or are those outdated now?
I would like to introduce you to 2021.
Okay.
There are some chat rooms that exist, but good luck. I don't know where the rest of the world is going to be on that. Yeah, Yahoo. That's a.
We may not want those agents.
I mean, hey, no, we take everyone. MySpace. And that's where your coding starts. So if you ever got on MySpace before, that's how you learned how to code. So if you want to try to be real intricate with, any kind of Facebook pages or websites, MySpace was your very first coding mechanism. So here I really wanted to address some of the different types of social media platforms that are really good. Things that I would not recommend for sure. It's not. I wouldn't do Pinterest. Pinterest is really something that you just pinpoint to say, ooh, I want to travel to Israel. I want to go over here, to Croatia. So I wouldn't utilize that. But the actual first, I want to say 5 that we have is very usable and feasible for the chapter announcements or any kind of promotion that you want to do. Facebook is most important though, because that's how you really engage in that interaction and conversation, a like, a share, a poll if you want to, a survey, any information that you just want to immediately send out to a smaller group or something like that. Instagram is mainly for if you have a shout out for a happy hour, or you want to do something that's big within your chapter, a fundraiser, something that really, engages them to say, okay, this is immediate. I see it. It's a flyer. It's nice, or it's inspiring. Let me do that. LinkedIn too is really good when people are looking for those type of small groups that are a part of their niche. So if you want to have some people that are interested in travel or being a travel advisor, look into LinkedIn and say, hey, we have a chapter here in Delaware. So why don't you come and reach out to us? And you can do those through like different direct messaging. Look at the hashtags. People are always looking no matter where you are. And then YouTube, if you want to have some type of educational or edutainment, as people would say, where you're educating and you're entertaining at the same time, whether it's some people do like a news segment where it's kind of for jokes, but it's actually real. Then you have other things where people are doing lives or something that they want to have recorded or pre-recordings or interviews. This is the big thing that everybody wants to kind of understand. The Facebook chapter page versus the Facebook chapter group. Should you have both? Should you have one or the other, and why? You should be having both. The reason why you need to have both is because for your chapter page, it needs to be something to attract potential new members to come to your particular chapter, so that people can see, oh, these are the things that are going on within their chapter, look very engaging. They're really participating in FAMs, or they're doing stuff together as a chapter. Once that person automatically converts themselves to becoming a member of your chapter or a member of ASTA, then you can slide them over to the active Facebook group. And that's where you're able to give ASTA member only content to those members, so people can feel like, oh, I'm included. And it's really important to be inclusive with this, because you don't want it to be like, oh, check out our ASTA Facebook page, but it's closed. So how am I supposed to be a part of that if I don't even know and I can't get in? Now it's like a secret society, and I don't like that. So then they'll think you're a gang. That's just how it works. Every time they always say it, like, oh, it's so closed, I don't like it, it's private. Okay, yeah, it's a gang, or it's something that has nothing to do with me and I don't want to be a part of it. So what you do is you need to always make sure that you invite them with the Facebook page first. And then once they see all of the stuff that's happening, because you can be able to share on your Facebook page and also send it over to your Facebook group too. So everybody is getting the information. It's just you're now picking and choosing what you want people to see in that attraction part on your page. So the next piece here would be creating your content. And when you create your content, I really want to know, what kind of content are you creating? Are you guys sending out educational stuff, or is it inspiring? What exactly are you creating when you post on Facebook or your social handles? Anybody want to give it a shot? Okay, news releases. Anything else? Events. All the new openings. Okay. So education in a sense. Anybody else? Educational. Okay, cool. Cool. So we're all on the same playing field, which is good. It leads me to this, and I know some people have seen this already from other meetings that I've spoken a part of. This here is really going to help you when it comes to creating your content. You have 4 different sections, and with those sections, it actually shows educate, which is giving people information that they need to know what's going on in the news in the world today. Because a lot of times I'm not going to go and watch the news, Channel 7 or
Channel 5, and they're going to give me a travel section. They usually just don't. Unless there's something really big that's going on in the world of, oh, the world is opening. What's happening in Florida? What's going on with all the openings across, the country or other countries? It's not going to be that big. So you are going to be that news anchor that people want to hear about. And that's when you educate and let them know what's going on. Engaging. How are you connecting with the members that are either coming in or you already have? Are you asking questions? Are you trying to figure out what it is that they really want to hear or see on the Facebook page? Because the people who you're serving are what's going to keep the momentum of your chapter. And it's all about how you as a leader are going in and letting them know about what's going on and connecting with them. Conviction. Convincing, really will come for the people who are prospects and you're looking at them saying, hey, you need to join ASTA and become a member of our chapter. We have really great incentives and things that you can be able to be a part of. That's the convincing piece that you really want to include in any of your content. And the last thing is inspire. So inspiring them to say, hey, look, travel advisors they're needed. We need you. And you need to have a group that is very connected and resourceful so that, you can be able to be a part of this and not feel like, okay, I'm out here by myself. I don't know how I can even get people. This is just so hard. I think I'm just going to stop. And you have to be the ones to inspire them and tell them, no, this is what you're here for. This is what you're made to do. This is what you want to be. Then we're going to make sure that you have a community that's going to allow you to do whatever it is that you're looking for. And of course, my favorite thing for your creations is Canva. Canva is the best thing. So everybody's on board with Canva. Everybody give it up for yourself. Yay, that's good. Yay, I'm proud of you. Okay, Canva definitely is a piece that I say, especially when you're busy and you have so much going on, so many things you have to be a part of. This is just like a kind of set it and forget it kind of thing. I circle the social media piece because it's going to be important when you put it on your particular social media platform. So if you're getting through footloose and fancy free, you want to do TikTok, they have something for that. If you want to do a story instead of an Instagram post, they have something for that. So all the dimensions and everything are there included. All you have to do is just be creative. Can't be creative? I know somebody got some kids or some nieces, nephews, friends, someone that can be able to help you out. Just give them the password and information. They can set it up and you can just approve or deny. The thing about it is though, that there also is a part in the Canva application where you can schedule out some of your content to your platforms. So if you're looking to create something, you create it, then you go to the content planner, put in that information of what date and time that you want to have it sent out, schedule it, connect it to Facebook, you're good to go. Now you can have a cocktail. Like that stuff right here, it makes it easier for you to move in and do what you need to do without having to feel like you got to be stuck at your computer for 4 hours trying to put this together, then try to send it off. Or you're in the middle of a meeting like this and you just get up and realize, I didn't post today. Oh no. All of that can go out the window because now you can be able to plan this into Canva's content planner. There are other planning operations too that work as well, and we'll go through that later as well down the line. Here's some tips for great content for reaching out to your members. Make sure you have some captivating images and put minimal words on yourself. You don't want to have too much going on your page. You want to have a picture that attracts them, and then your content is supposed to be really in your caption. So if you want them to join a happy hour, you want them to join some event, or you want them to do like, say, for example, you do an open house or you have a competition, let that show in your actual caption and not in your picture, because too many words is just going to cause too much creations of like confusion. And I don't like confusion. If you don't like confusion, I don't like confusion. And like I said, an engaging caption where you need to talk to your members and prospects. Ask them, hey, do you have a home with ASTA? Do you need someplace to be? Or, hey, we really thank you for being a member of ASTA, or we thank you for being a part of the chapter. Make them feel welcome and included and like you care. You may not care for the moment because they probably got on your nerves that day, but still act like you care, because they'll be the ones that let people know, I love this chapter. This is my favorite chapter here. I'm going to go to Central Atlantic. I'll root all day long. This is what I want to do. These are the things that are happening. It's the members that are speaking on behalf of the chapter. Any links that you have for Zooms, happy hours, events, fundraisers, make them easily accessible So that way you can capture some leads of people who are interested. So I always say bit.ly, so bit.ly or link.tree. I can't really do that one, but if you type in Linktree, it'll pop up. These things will help you with any type of sites that you want them to go to directly on a social media platform without them feeling like, oh, I have to literally type in word for word what this is. It's just confusing. So you want to keep it very simple. And then schedule your Facebook Lives ahead of time, which is my favorite. Has anybody done Facebook Live? Okay, cool. For a second, I was like, please, please, please do it. So with that, you're going to plan your social media strategy, which again is the content scheduling. These are some different ones that we have, which is the Facebook Creator Studio. That's the best one because you already are in the platform. And you can do Facebook and Instagram in the same Creator Studio. So all you got to do is at the top, you can just click over to the right. It'll say Instagram. Back over to the left is Facebook. And that really helps out. It's all included in your Facebook business page. You have Canva, our favorite go-to. And then there's another one called later.com. Later.com, I believe Sandra McLemore also has this with Social Media Suitcase. But all it is you go into later.com, put in the content that you want to have for the date and the time that you're looking for, send it and forget it. That's all it is. You're just setting it and forget it. So that way it'll just automatically pop up and you have that engagement ready. With that, timing is everything. So to help you guys out, I have this posted because it shows you the darker ones show you exactly when it's the highest engagement at what time and what day. If you're looking at Facebook, you want to see between Tuesday and Friday around 9 a.m. to about 3. So people are usually on Facebook a lot longer because it's kind of just sitting right there on their desktop, or it might be on their phone still running in the back end. But then with Instagram, it's usually a Wednesday or Friday between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. Those are when you get the highest engagements. And it's so weird because people are like, who's doing that at 10 a.m. and 12? Well, it's almost lunchtime. So either you looking on there doing a hashtag trying to figure out where to go to eat, or you might be looking, oh, look, it's Friday. Where do I go tonight to get something to eat or drink or do something to hang out? Or maybe you need to get your hair done, or you're trying to figure out what's going on in the world. You're just going to go around that time because then rush hour comes, you got to drive. You're not going to be on your phone while you're driving. I hope not. Or, in the morning, you're getting ready for whatever. People aren't really interested. So there are periodic times where it's a little bit higher, but those are the heaviest times. And with those heavy times, that's when you really need to be posting and scheduling around that time frame, because that's when most of the eyeballs are going to be shown. This is my favorite part already, creating engagement. So before I do this, how are you really engaging right now? I want to know. What are you doing? Are you doing polls? Are you just posting just to post? Are you just being consistent? What you doing?
We're posting to post.
You're posting to post, okay. Asking questions.
Beautiful.
Anybody else? Poll, okay. Okay. Okay, anybody else? All right. Tips for successful engagement. So some of you guys are actually like on the money. The best thing to do, especially for new members, welcome. Always welcome them in, make them feel like they are part of a community that will be able to help them and be very resourceful for them. When you're also looking into your on your page, you probably want to look into even just saying, hey, we're going to have an open house or something that literally allows them to join something for free with everyone, including the members in it, so that they feel like, oh, I think I like this. Another thing here too is to make it easy for your members to engage with your group. So don't be complicated with, oh, this goes against our policies. We're going to have to revoke your what is it, when they normally go in and they type something up and they have to wait for the administrator to come in and say, okay, we approve. Don't make it super complicated. I've dealt with a couple of groups myself where someone was like, you guys are going to let me speak my piece because I am not going to be silenced. We're like, what are you talking about? So the thing is, you're trying to eliminate that type of drama. So if there's something that someone wants to say and they're not really going with whatever policies that you have, just okay to even put in the decline message. We love that you're posting and we appreciate you for doing X, Y, and Z. However, this does not go against or doesn't go with our policies and we cannot post this. You can try again, just eliminate this or take away that or something like that so that it actually goes with your policies. So it doesn't make them feel like they're being ousted. Another thing is leverage the power of storytelling. So if you have a story or something that you want to say, you can do it, you can put it in there and people are really like wanting to read on to see what's going to happen next or what's happening. So right now with Ledge Day, you can have a whole story going on of what you experienced or, in case you missed it. And then that way people can see if there's pictures, use that as a storytelling type of mechanism. So it's not just everybody else around you in the chapter posting, but you as a leader also posting as well to make it feel like we all are in this together. We had over here polls, surveys, and quizzes. These are what are going to help you figure out what your members really want. And when you figure out what your members want, then you can come up to ASTA and say, this is what our members want. This is what they need. This is what they're looking for. And if you want them to stay a member, I advise you to do this. You have that leverage to do so. So these type of quizzes and polls are going to help you out with trying to figure out what it is that's needed for your chapter. Asking questions, making sure that people are answering those questions, especially like if you ask the question, don't give it like an angry tone to it, make it so that it's open-ended so you can get more information than just yes or no. And then, posting photo quotes. Those photo quotes can be inspiring and that can be the minimal wording that you have on your actual content that you create. And it can inspire people to say, I haven't been there before. How can I go? And then you can introduce, well, we have a FAM coming up. Maybe you want to be a part of it. Those are some things that you can do there. And then you can do a strategy of edutainment. So you can do like a series and have it going where it's like, today in travel or something like that, where people are looking forward to every Tuesday. You have something new that's funny, that's entertaining, but still educating them as they go along. Because people remember things if it's funny, enlightening, or something that really resonates with them. And then please ask your fellow members to turn on their notifications. So if you do have something important, it actually comes to their phone or to some type of device that they have, because chances are if they don't have it turned on, they don't know. And then they'll be like me when I'm on GroupMe and I'm like, I don't get it. I don't see the messages. Or 3 days later, what's the challenge? Oh, I missed it. You don't want that. That's going to be your biggest issue. And then the last thing I say is bring on the competition. Be very innovative when it comes to any kind of games or contests. If it's a photo contest, show us something about you being on the tropics, or, give us a photo of you being on a mountainside with hiking, different things that allow people to want to post. I'm a part of a photo group and they have challenges almost every month. And one I had was the alley challenge. And the guy that is a photographer, he is known for having pictures in this signature alley of his. And so we just basically rampaged the whole thing and was like, yeah, forget your alley. We did a better job than you. Like that's the competition that we had, but it showed people were very engaging with it. They were like, oh, you think your alley's cute? Let me show you my alley. Like it was just a really good time though, because you get to see people's pictures, you get to see them interacting with each other. And it's just really, really, really fun. That's it.
Are we talking belly buttons?
No, we're talking about an alley.
Alley. I
An
thought you said
alleyway.
alley. Okie dokie, good.
An alleyway, in
checking.
the line of the
Little
alley.
alleyways. All right.
I don't know about belly buttons. I don't.
I didn't know it was an Audi or an innie.
I don't know. It's an alleyway. Anything alley. Maybe it's I'm from PG County, so I don't know if
There we go.
okay. Another thing here we have is Facebook Live. So I'm glad that a few of you have said that they do Facebook Live. Facebook Live is probably your best way to be very engaging with your potential members and your members. So if you want to find another way to send a message out without it being a Zoom link, not another Zoom meeting, things like that, you can use a Facebook Live to have everybody there, and you're still able to see the insights too of how many people were on that particular live to watch it. They can go back in and review it if they feel like they missed it. So you don't have to worry about any recordings on Zoom, because after a while, Zoom will tell you, you ran out of your memory. So you're gonna have to either delete some things or do whatever, but Facebook doesn't delete, goes to your videos. So this is something that you can use at any time. You can, if you're more advanced with it, StreamYard is probably your best bet too, because then it'll set it up just like here, where we have like the membership at ASTA. You can schedule these, and usually you can schedule them, I want to say no more than 10 days prior to your event. So then that way, if you are looking to do something and make it big, you can promote it. And then people can share this video to other people to have kind of like a party, like a list or a viewing party. So these are some of the tips and the steps to how to actually download and set up your Facebook Live. Has anybody had any success with Facebook Live?
I use Be Live twice a week.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if you use Be Live or recommend it over StreamYard is just to delay it till, okay.
Yes.
Be Live brings
Be
on
Lives, yeah. And
other
so
people.
even with StreamYard, and I don't know if Be Live does the same thing, but you don't necessarily have to keep it just in Facebook. This can also go out to LinkedIn. This can also go to YouTube. This can go to so many different platforms so that it also still has your brand. So the chapter's brand can be a part of it. So it doesn't come off looking like, oh, we fumbling around with the phone. Can y'all see me? Do you see my chin? Like it'll make it look a lot neater when it comes to presenting to especially potential members. And your best thing too for engagement, you need to figure out how to measure it. So go to your Facebook insights on the groups, so you can be able to understand how your members are engaging, the times that they're engaging, the active members and what they're doing. And then you can identify the posts that receive the best engagement. So maybe you can do the same thing over again to get that kind of engagement up and running. These are some other methods that you need to use for tracking your engagement: likes and shares, the growth of your followers on your page and your group, active fans. If you want to try to find a way to promote your page by doing organic and paid results, you can do that too. Look at the clicks per post. So how many clicks are coming in when it's something important like an ASTA related kind of message or something that you have for your chapter, especially when you guys are doing some type of membership competitions and things like that. You can see how many people are clicking, so you can feel like, okay, I think we're going to gauge probably about 2 or 3 people are going to be members this week. Let me see what I can do to bump this up. Lead generation is the same way. So when you have a page, you can literally, if you guys have a website too of some sort, or maybe you want to send them over to the Facebook page, that just helps you. You have to make sure you have something that says follow us or like us or go to this page for that. You can also check out your demographics. I think it's important to also look at your demographics. So when you're speaking, you know exactly how to talk to them so that it relates to them, and they'll actually be more than likely to come in to your page and see what else you have going on. And then if any of your audience mentions your name, so if they actually mention your tag lane on Facebook or Instagram, those are very important to look at too when you're tracking. So do you guys have any questions? Yes.
Surprised that I have a question. When we're trying to get them to subscribe to the notification to watch it, is there a way that we can opt them in, or do they have to opt themselves in?
They have to opt themselves in.
Okay.
Yeah, there isn't a real, I don't think they've gotten to that level yet. They're still stuck in probably 2011.
Yes.
So we're trying to get them up there. I don't know when they're going to actually start realizing that, but I think too, after a while, they'll come in and look at some updates that they need to make to get it so that you don't have to keep telling them to subscribe.
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, what was the question again?
The ability to opt in to, so that if you know you're going live at 1 o'clock and,
Right.
and you're just automatically getting the notification for that. And if there could be an opportunity for us to opt them in instead of them having to opt in for the
Okay.
notification.
So the question was if these software platforms have the ability for the listeners to opt in themselves as opposed to us telling them to opt in. And I told them, or if you heard, that at this moment, no, they don't have anything yet. And we're still waiting for them to be up to date with the technology to have it so that they can automatically opt in themselves and we don't have to say anything. Any other questions? How y'all feel? Feel all right? Feel like it's good? It's all right?
Very good.
Sure. Suggestion for Facebook Live.
Here's a peek of our meeting with such and such, and I'll make like good 30 seconds. And trying time it where to prevent really getting information.
Okay, so a suggestion. That's cool. I like that. So a suggestion that was on the floor, it was if you want to do a Facebook Live in your group, you can the kind of like a preview, a nice little a sneak peek of what to expect for the next meeting, so people can then decide, oh, I think I want to join. So they put it in the group of, oh, this is what you missed, or here's what's coming up next, or what have you. So when there's an actual speaker coming, it'll get real good, and then they just cut it off. So if you want to do that, that might help you with engaging and getting more members to come onto your chapter meetings. All right, we feel good here? Because I'm getting ready to give y'all a surprise. Y'all ready? Okay. So this will happen June 2021. I will have a form and everything for you, but we're going to do a chapter spotlight on ASTA's page. So what we'll do is anything that you have coming up, I'll give you a form. You can send me all of your information and everything like that if you're interested, to my email address, which I can give that to you. It'll be on the front. Can I give this presentation to them? Yeah,
I will give it to them.
Okay, so this presentation will be given to everyone, and on the front of the presentation is my email address. And so what you'll do is you'll be able to send me an email saying, hey, I'm interested in having, my chapter spotlighted. It's going to be every Tuesday. These are the things I kind of want to pinpoint, highlight, or whatever. It's going to be a form that you get that you can put all of that information in, and then we'll schedule it every Tuesday for you. We're not exactly sure. It's not going to be like a schedule of, oh, this chapter is going to be on this date, this chapter is going to be on that date. It'll just be a stack for everyone. And then every Tuesday, just keep paying attention and it'll pop up. So that's what we're going to do to make sure that you all feel comfortable in getting that type of recognition from ASTA as well. Because it doesn't seem fair that you have to push so much to get people to come in, and we have a big platform that's like, hey, we always just say, have you heard about our chapters? I'm like, yeah, we got to do a little bit more than that. So what we're going to do is we're going to break it down so that actually each chapter, if you have something that's really pressing that you want to have presented or shouted out, that's what your spotlight is for. We'll use your actual chapter logo to make sure that's highlighted, the location, and then anything else that you have that's pressing for the world to know. So I tried to come in and help, a little bit. So did we have any questions from, nope. Everybody liked it there too? Seemed like it was good. Y'all liked it. Y'all, okay, all right. Well, thank you, I've only been here for a year, but I really do appreciate meeting new people and really understanding the travel industry and how, the travel advisors work. And even to this day, I have friends that are like, I just want to let you guys know I'm a new travel advisor. I said, did you hear about ASTA? Oh, I'm a part of this. I said, that's not what this is about. Okay, you can stay with them, but you can also be a part of this. So, right, that's real cute, but we're going to give you an actual membership that actually means something along with what you are part of, the host or, consortium, wherever you are, that you can have that, but I'm trying to help you about ASTA. So I do appreciate you all, and I thank you for allowing me to come in and kind of take over a little bit. So, no problem. Thank you. Hi, PG County. No, I'm from Fort Washington, Maryland, and I went to Virginia State University. Got my degree in mass communications, but I realized public relations is not my friend. And I'd rather plan instead of do things last minute and run around like a chicken with my head cut off. So I went into marketing. So I've been doing marketing and photography for about a little over 10 years. Been working in hospitality for about 8. So Domino's, Nando's, food, tourism, all of it, been a part of it. So, and I really love to travel. So this just fit. So that's good, because I also have friends travel agents, so I definitely reach out and let people know I know some people. So have your people call my people, and we can get this whole thing cracking for the new year, because travel advisors are going to be the biggest thing to come, and people are going to be like, I don't know how to plan because of, especially with the COVID situations, I've had people on my own Facebook page say that was the worst experience of trying to get home. I didn't know what was going on. I'm like, well, you should have a travel advisor, because maybe they would have told you what to expect when you leave from Cancun, because everybody wants to go to Mexico, and you know what to do so you can get back into the States. So, I mean, I think now more than ever, I think this is going to be the big kicker for travel advisors going forward. So, but I do thank you again for letting me take over.
Thank you.
All right, so we are actually ahead of schedule. Who'd have thunk it? And so the next thing that we actually have on the agenda is the press conference. We're going to be streaming the press conference into this room because we do realize it was quite difficult to get into the press conference. So we'll be setting that up. For those of you who are joining us virtually, I will actually send you a direct link to the press conference so you can either watch it with us, or you can join on your own devices if you prefer to join from home. But that is the next item on the agenda. But that doesn't happen for another half hour. So Chris, as our chairwoman, what would you like to, do you have other items, and my other regional directors and Helen, do you guys have any other topics that you would like to bring up for discussion before the group?
I just want to thank Wendy Goodenow for these macadamia, chocolate covered macadamia nuts. And she has traveled the furthest to get here from Hawaii.
Why you left that beautiful state? I have no idea. Other RDs, Helen? Helen's good.
Well, I'd like to take this opportunity, and I asked Chris just to thank everyone for your support since the beginning of the year. Thank you so much. I heard from everyone, and the support from the ASTA family was great. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I love you all.
Yay, Cinnamon starts crying.
Helen doesn't have anything to say?
No. All right, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
That'd be awesome.
Come on, Bob.
Good. That was good.
Woo!
All right, good. So we're gonna do a
Jealous.
webinar on Thursday at 2:00 for
Come.
that. Thanks. I usually don't need a microphone.
Take your mask off.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we're gonna do a webinar at 2:00. I'm gonna do it actually from the board meeting, or not during the board meeting, but you know, in another room, just with information that you need. For those of you that may not be back in time to record it, couple things with that I want to mention. Make sure you have your COVID vaccination card or your negative test. And also, before you depart, 2 days before you depart, you've got to do an online entry form in order to get into Croatia, but it shouldn't be a problem. And there'll be COVID testing available for everybody on the FAMs or at the hotel, depending on what you're participating in. But hopefully that'll all be out of the way, because as you probably know right now, we have our ASTA Global River Cruise Expo. It will be, looking forward to that one, March 16th to the 20th in Budapest. We have 239 people that are already registered. I know, Anita, you're one of them. And we're really looking forward to that event. And we hope, and we're building this to be everything river cruise, just like, some of the other big blue cruise events that take place, where I live in Fort Lauderdale, Miami, or up in Vancouver. This will be for everything river cruise. So we have 12 river cruise ships that will be in port for this event from 8 different river cruise companies. All of our friends, except for one that starts with a V, who's never really supported ASTA to begin with. We've got several post river cruise
sailings on that. We've got the President's Cruise that Zane is going to be taking on the Emma Magna. So he's got the largest and the best ship on the river that Ama's providing to us at some really good rates. And we've also got Ama Verde going toward Bucharest, and the Avalon Envision is going to give us 5 nights. And of course, our dear friend Ann Chamberlain is going to have something for us on probably on Emerald. I think the godmother of the Emerald Dawn, Kelly Bergen, one of their ships will definitely be there. So we got some good things coming. ASTA Global, everybody knows, Chicago, that's coming up. And the FAMs that we have, we've got Cabo San Lucas in July. When I looked the other day, 12 out of those 16 slots were already full. Cabo's really been a terrific partner. And as you know, we're going to do this Latin America showcase in September now. It's going to be in San Jose, Costa Rica from, I want to say, the 25th to the 28th or around those dates. And Los Cabos has already offered to host that for 2022. So late September of next year, we're already going to Mexico with them. We've got a FAM going. Anita, I know you're signed up for that. Linda, you're going to Italy, to the villa. We have 2 villas, and we're also going to be saying hello to Andrea Bocelli's mother, who also owns a villa there and has a restaurant and brother. So that's part of that FAM in October. It's almost full. There's a few spots left. And that's what's kind of surprising is, I think, as we know, everybody wants to travel. And then Romania, those of you that may know, our chapter president from Romania, Catlin Mogosino, is put together a Halloween Dracula FAM for us in Romania. So it's going to be about the last 8 or 10 days of October. And of course, on Halloween, we'll be at Bran Castle in Transylvania. And if you haven't been to Transylvania, I did a post cruise one time, just like Switzerland. Transylvania, absolutely is beautiful. In fact, one of our post river cruises will be going there as well, as we were talking about. And that's almost full, which is really exciting. And then Wendy, and we don't even have this out yet, Kanapali Resort Association in Maui reached out to me, and they want to do a FAM with us just for their resorts within Kanapali. That'll be in October as well. Small group, probably 12 to 16. So, that's coming up. And can anybody think it's something that I'm forgetting? I know there's always something I forget. Savannah, told you I was going to forget something. The Savannah Showcase, I want to say November 14th
through the 16th.
Thank you very much, my dear. Appreciate that. And what's funny, living in our virtual world, Lauren was hired right after all of this happened last year. And we talked so much that, she came over to talk to Christina. And I said, hey, Lauren. Then I suddenly realized, oh my God, I've never met her. But it's like we've known each other forever. So, it's really great to have Lauren with us and really enhancing everything we do, and Jasmine and Christine and all of my colleagues. And what are we going to do without you? And Laura, you guys have just been awesome. So thank you for everything that you do as well. Is anybody any questions on meetings, events, FAMs? I know, Edward, you're looking at doing a great event coming up in New York City in the fall. And you want people to come up to join you there? Yeah. So, we're kind of looking for something in New York City. It'd be great to get back to New York City. Eddie's got something in South Florida. Eddie, are you listening? September 24th. I think he's got 40 or 50 suppliers, 120, 130 advisors safely will be going. June. Did I say September? Yeah. I'm old.
September's Costa Rica.
September's Costa Rica that you had to remind me of. Yeah. It's June 24th. And it's funny because all these dates, as everybody knows, you're planning things and meetings, everything runs around in your head.
Oh, then they get canceled and then you have to reschedule.
Oh, nothing's getting canceled anymore. Yeah, it's like Croatia. That was our third attempt. And 153 people have stuck with us. And it's, as you know, it's not easy to travel right now. There are a lot of things in place. And is there anything else? Lauren, am I forgetting anything? Chris? Of course, ASTA Global Convention in Chicago. Zane was talking about some of the cool stuff that's going to be going on there earlier. That's going to be a lot of fun. I lived in Chicago for a couple of years after I lived in Cleveland, and that's a great city. It'll really be enjoyable. And I know we're trying to plan out and get as many dates out there as possible so that you can plan around them. Hawaii, Hawaii is gonna be mid-October, Kanapali Beach Resort. I think that you're gonna stay, it's 6 nights, and I think it's at 3 different hotels, the Kanapali Beach Resort, the Westin, and one more. I have to kind of look that up, and
They've
that's,
had a major renovation at the Conopoli Beach, which is maybe one reason to get people over there.
yeah, that'd be good. And I know, anybody knows Shelley Kakuna, she's head of the Resort Association there. She's kind of the one that reached out to us, and I've known her for years. She's really a lot of fun to work with and to be with. So outside of that, I can sing, I can dance. So all I can do is answer any question. When do you do a family Cleveland?
Who the hell wants to come to Cleveland?
I just go to the West Side Market.
I agree with that, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, we just had the NFL draft.
Exactly, and that went very well.
good, yeah.
Yeah. So Jasmine, should I hand it back to you then?
Sure.
I think I'm done boring everybody.
Thank you.
But thank you all for being here. So good to see you.
We can take a break and come back in.
Yeah, so like I said, the next thing is the press conference, so we'll take a break. And we'll come back in, but before we do this, I'm gonna do this at this meeting and I'm gonna do this at every other meeting following this. So, as you know, Chris and Laura and Helen will be moving on to bigger things with ASTA, prayerfully, but they will not be serving in their current capacities. And I want to thank them for their service, their dedication, specifically to this group, for taking my many emails and phone calls randomly when I have questions about the history of ASTA. I pray that for those of you all, we will look to them as ideal leadership, as leadership that you would want to emulate. I suggest you do, that they are leadership that I want to emulate. And I pray that you all would consider stepping in to fill those shoes, big as they may be. It's
Don't make
important.
fun of my feet.
Oh, they are big shoes to fill, but I'm looking forward to working with the next group of leaders that will step in. But I'm going to thank you now. I'm going to thank you again in August and pretty much every meeting in between. But especially, to the 3 of you who will be cycling off the board, I appreciate you. I was new to this position when I came. You all helped nurture me and give me ideas and point me in the right direction. So that is that. And if you have questions about those positions, specifically being a regional director, sitting on the board as the SPN seat, please ask them because they have the most experience. And with that, we will be taking a break and then we'll be streaming the press conference in here live. For those of you who are online, Jasmine, your chapter friend, posted the link. So if you don't want to listen to it through Zoom, if you want to just stream it directly to your own device, you can do that. I posted the link in the chat for you there, and I will leave this open and we can take a break. That should start around 2.
Thank you.
Go for Lois.
I know she's telling everybody what's left for me. She didn't wait.
there is this gap of 8 months that we keep talking about. And there's nothing in the market right now that can help them fill that gap effectively, especially when you consider the volume of inquiries, the volume of customers that they need to accommodate and reaccommodate. That's so important to our industry and their reputations and everything else. And yet they need more staff. And that's what we all want, right? We want to bring people back to work. They need more staff, but they can't afford to hire them because they're not going to get paid on that business for 8 months and longer. And so it's really frustrating for them. You know, as I've been traveling around, we talk about that, you know, these little lunches that we're amongst the survivors. But then there's that real twinge that says, well, are we going to make it all the way through? We've made it this far, right? Further than anyone expected to have to make it. But can we make it another 8 months? Because frankly, it feels like the government and the country are moving on, right? We're taking our masks off. We're starting to get out there. The headlines are such that talk about travel being back, and people automatically assume that that's like a restaurant, right? The restaurant's open, so the waiter's gotten paid. They've gotten their tip money. The restaurateur is earned their profit. But we're doing the work without any of that upside for several months. And clearly, Olga shared with the CDC is complicating it even more because that's such a large component of leisure travel and a great earning opportunity, but it's all been delayed. So that's really where the fear comes in for our members is how can they take advantage of these programs effectively to fill this next gap? And does anyone even know that there is this gap in our business that is somewhat unique, frankly, to what we all do?
Yeah, is the compensation model for the travel advisory community? The pandemic sort of revealed its weakness, right? It's something that we're certainly aware of, and you know, all kinds of suppliers, anyone who can kind of help in this to aid this recovery by changing the compensation model, by moving those commissions forward. We'll certainly take that. We also want to come at it from the other side and make sure that the government is doing their part. My dad told me, you broke it, you bought it. And if you're going to put these regulations in place and not allow people to book travel and to do an activity, a voluntary activity like go on a cruise, then you ought to be able to keep those businesses whole until you can rescind that.
When you think about the list, Zane, of decisions that the government has taken, you know, through this, it's, you know, there's so many different things that have restricted our industry. It really is remarkable. And not saying that anyone did it intentionally, but those unintended consequences are having significant impact on the workforce with thousands of travel advisors on the sidelines looking to come back to work. We need them to come back to work, but we need to have the funding in order to get them back to work. And in my mind, right, they're either going to pay them unemployment or they're going to create some programs that we can afford to bring them back to work and put them to great use. And that's really what we're after.
Yeah, when we visit with congressional staff, I'll on the rare occasion when we talk to an actual member of Congress, I ask them how long could you actually get this 22-year-old staffer to come to work and not pay them? And that usually causes them to kind of think, oh, okay, this is what's happening in the entire in the travel advisory community. Thank you for sharing that. Jennifer, I want to turn some time to you. Like most Americans don't think that the government has done enough to help small businesses, particularly travel businesses. But, you know, to be fair, the CARES Act did provide some sort of, relief programs to provide temporary relief. As a large New York City-based agency, can you talk about your experience with government aid programs?
Thane, thanks for having me here. And let me take a moment to thank the press because I've had the opportunity in the last 15 months to do radio, TV, podcast, print. And unfortunately, I don't think what we need to convey has come through. We need to be resources to our government officials to explain that as an industry, we make a difference, and as an industry, we need help. I'll let you know I'm very detail oriented, and the title's wrong. As many of you know from the press in the last 2 weeks, Valerie Wilson Travel sold. We were a second generation family business. This was never our plan. We went in debt free. A sentence I will never, ever take for granted again. And unfortunately, with New York City headquarters, 30,000 square feet, with locations around the country, with 375 independent contractors and employees, we could make it. The runway ran out, and that is not good in travel. This is an emotionally hard conversation because I'm also co-chair of the Government Affairs and PAC. And as a person, I feel I failed. I am here to tell people today that our industry needs more help. We want to pay our employees. We want to have our storefronts. We want to serve. Travel is the most important thing to everybody in this room, and we're missing it. I am so disappointed with our elected officials. They made makeshift plans, one size fits all. This is an industry that is down over 75%. I was down 95% for 10 months. As the oldest daughter in a family business, to keep your family together first, to keep your consortia, to keep your friends, to be a leader, you had to make decisions. And to Alex's point, I decided I wanted to be a survivor. And we joined the Frosh family. We'll remain a brand under their umbrella because I so believe in this business, but you can't do what we've got. A few specifics. PPP1 came, that barely covered our rent in one city. PPP2 came, that doesn't cover the staff. They can make more money on unemployment. Even though they want to serve our customers, they're going to make more money not to jeopardize unemployment. Then, will PPP3 come? Will we have enough bipartisan people on the Hill to actually sign the SAVE Act? I believe when you talk about a shuttered venue, it's not just a concert or a movie theater or a bowling alley. A shuttered venue are these travel firms. They are hotels, and they are cruise lines, and they're travel management firms. And this is the ecosystem of travel. It's where we got to. As a leader, and I'm a golfer, and I'm incredibly direct for most of you that know me. I am not looking to be on the 5 o'clock news tonight, but I implore anybody who's in this industry, you need to reach out to your congressperson every day. Be paying. I'm doing that. We had a great success with 60,000 portal hits. It didn't make enough of a difference. The sheer fact that the CDC is changing standards that I can wear my mask or not wear my mask, and we can't have this fly-in day, which I'm a part of with government affairs in person, I find outrageous. People need to understand we're small, medium-sized businesses that employ people in your states, in your constituencies, and you need to start listening to us. So yes, I'm here. Hopefully we'll have a better outcome because last year in February, we were focused on real ID. We've got real things that we have to address in the next 48 hours, and I hope people are willing to step up and have the conversation.
Thank you. Hearing your story is it's heartbreaking to see the kind of effect that the government first action, then inaction, keeping your employees on the payroll and then conditions don't improve and then help doesn't come. There's just such temporary fixes.
Look at this holistically, and I about CDC and unemployment, but holistically right now to say as an industry, we are significantly down more than 50%, more than 70%. You need targeted aid based on that percentage. It's not a handout. All of these businesses have paid taxes. All of these businesses have hired employees. All of these businesses have paid leases. We are an integral part of the economy, and we are not being recognized.
It's a great point, and the SAVE Act is one of the vehicles that we hope to make headway on tomorrow. For those in the press, there are 11 co-sponsors, 10 Democratic, 1 Republican right now for the SAVE Act, and that's one of the primary focuses for our legislative day for tomorrow. That again, our 175 travel advisors from 40 states. We're going to cover a lot of ground. But we want to make sure that when we walk out of tomorrow, we have a lot more than 11 co-sponsors for the SAVE Act.
Actually, Zane, my challenge would be, I don't know why we don't have at least 50. If our this is an opportunity to help that small woman-owned business, help that minority business, help that business that stayed local but then grew national, put money where money needs to go to help get travel back, to be able to get business travel back, leisure travel back, to be able to restart the economy. And travel is a part of that.
Travel advisor is such a force multiplier. We did some calculations, and the 160,000 jobs that we represent actually support over 750,000 jobs in other sectors of the travel industry, in the hotel side and the airline side and tour operators. So you're absolutely right. I just want to stay with you for one more minute on business travel. And last year there was a push to include indemnification clauses in some of the congressional relief packages. And unfortunately, none of those made it into the CARES and other relief packages. So business travel has some significant headwinds. What are you hearing from customers about business travel's return?
Enough, but I guess there's a, thank you. I'm on the 9th floors of a sky 3rd Avenue. If I can only put 4 people in an elevator, you go through the exact thermal scanning that you do to walk in this building. How are you ever going to go to somebody else's office before you go into your office? So what I would highly recommend is that we need consistency by state. What's going to reopen? What are the protocols? We need some kind of indemnification. We need to understand that this was a health crisis. We're going to
industry, so they were able to find some part-time positions or other entrepreneurial jobs. We're talking about entrepreneurs, business owners who were very much impacted. Now, I will say that the ability to earn pandemic unemployment insurance and a lot of the work that ASTA did to continue to tell that story and push that story was a real save for so many of the independent advisors. The awareness of ASTA and the work that ASTA is doing is higher than ever amongst that segment. We just need to keep the momentum going. One of my messages is that it's not one and done. You don't join ASTA, during a crisis and then think, we're done, we don't need to anymore. So I implore everyone out there that when your membership comes up for renewal, we need you to renew. If you're not a member yet, don't sit back and say someone else will support ASTA and the work will get done. It takes each and every one of us. But I couldn't be prouder of that segment of the market. They are resilient, they are entrepreneurial, they are collaborative. I think so many independent advisors helped each other get through these very, very difficult times. And all we can do is help guide, help provide resources and communicate and help with business recovery. But the hard work is really up to them.
For sure. That's just the independent advisor is, so many of them are selling travel from their home or even from their local coffee shop. You know, Alex mentioned the kind of administration that applying for these programs. First, it's unemployment, and then you have to figure out what the state is doing, and the federal government is supplementing that. I mean, can you talk to me about the sort of administrative burden that this is put on these small businesses?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was confusing, and it was hard for us to guide them because state by state, you know, the policies were different. We did see a number of states not ready to take independent contractors. We had more than our fair share of applications come in showing us as the employer. And clearly that's not the relationship they had, but part of the problem was that some of the state sites weren't set up to really reflect that these folks were independent. So, you know, it was hard and it took persistence. And, you know, they went for quite a bit of time without hearing back. And then it seemed that they all were getting their good news around the same time. But it was definitely challenging, and challenging for us since, you know, we represent pretty well, we have advisors in all states right now. So, you know, we had to stay on top of all of the conditions.
Now, there's some anecdotal evidence that you know, the independent advisor community is actually growing during the pandemic, that people from either second career folks or folks that are coming straight out of high school or college are really interested in this industry. What's happening over at Nexion?
I mean, we're seeing it across the board, and I talked to other host agency executives, they're seeing it as well. People that are new to the industry realize that when people start to travel, there is going to be more and more need for travel advisors. And I think as consumers recognize that, more and more of them are saying, you know, this might be a great career for me. We're also seeing folks come over from other sectors of the industry. They may have worked on the supplier side. They may have lost their job. They may have been furloughed. And so they're transitioning from the supplier side to the advisor side. We're seeing in the independent advisor arena, some folks that may have been employees of agencies that shut down, or even agencies themselves that are looking for new ways to operate. You know, at Nexion, we actually started back in 1995, right at the time when the airline commissions were first capped, and as a solution to help agencies reinvent themselves. And here we are 26 years later, and we're seeing agencies having, in many cases, to do that again.
Well, is new again. Thank you. Matthew, can you give us some hope here?
Well, after all that great feedback, it's hard to be the last. It's great. It's fantastic.
Has the pandemic caused any preference shifts among Virtuoso agency customers?
Well, you know, when I was thinking about that, it feels a little incongruous to talk about luxury customer preferences right now. I've been thinking about that question, and what I'd like to do is put it in the wrapping of what's going on here. Major disruptions have always accelerated trends to the upside or the downside. It happened with 9/11, it happened with the commission cut. So any disruption always accelerates trends, right? So what I'll first say about the luxury customer is, you know, when we changed our name and our brand and then set as our mission statement to make this profession something we could look at any of our children and say, this is a legit profession, financially and personally rewarding, back in 2001, that was our mission. If you had asked me if there was only one thing you could pick that you're the most proud of that you and your group have done, that would be it. What I'm grateful for in the luxury sector is the best traveled, best connected, most internet savvy consumer in the history of mankind coming into the 2000s actually chose to use travel advisors, even before we were all using the word travel advisors. So they led that. Sometimes when I speak to governments or destinations or people like that, and they say, why does the luxury traveler matter when they're only X% of arrivals to my destination? And one of the things that I always use as a reason is because they are opinion leaders. When they go back to their communities, they're the ones that say, oh my gosh, you know, you went to such and such destination. Yeah, what do you believe everything on, you know, et cetera? Or you use a travel advisor? Tell me more about that, right? So it's been wonderful to see how this profession has evolved. So for me, when we look at preference, you know, it is good. We are seeing more people, more referrals. One of the things I'm saying right now to our advisors, by the way, all over the world, right? If you were ever shy to ask for a referral, now's not the time. Because every single customer wants you to survive and wants you to thrive. The best advisors have those clients that the last thing they want to see is their advisor not make it. So right now is the time, for example, for those to really ask for those referrals, because if you put it in very simple terms, which is coming out of this horrible situation, I want more customers like you. Who's going to turn you down, right? The other thing I think, to Jennifer's point, is the fundamental problem is, first I want to drive it from the advisor perspective. You know, one of the great pieces of work that ASTA has done for a long time is presented the value of advisors based on the only person that determines whether we're going to be here or not, ultimate. And that's the client, the traveler. We're all here because the traveler decided that we were of value. And I think that that message, you know, about being an advocate, right? An advocate for the traveler, an advocate for that is something that's a message that's still out there, because I think sometimes that gets lost in the shuffle when we look at the industry. But then the other part of the problem is that fundamentally, and I hope that with this pandemic, I mean, what Jennifer was saying is so true, but it's all over the world. There's still a fundamental problem with the understanding of politicians and governments and the press about the magnitude of travel and tourism as a business. And it's always had two key problems. One is improper aggregation, the way it's counted. We put airlines under transport, we put this or this. I mean, if there ever was a time that the entire industry needed to come together, it's now. So again, when we collaborate with US Travel Association, WTTC, all that, this is a time that we all have to keep getting that message, because I remember being a kid, you know, or very young adult, coming here to Washington with my dad, who was a founder of USTOA, to the Travel Industry Unity Dinner. There used to be this huge dinner here. And I remember one of the tent cards that said, you know, all travelers that came to the United States in whatever that year was, ate all the chickens raised in these 3 states. It was like really trying to put it in really like right in your face kind of thing. So we have a responsibility on the advisor side to keep doing that and making sure that we understand the number. When I talked to Roger Dow, for example, 19 million Americans are actually, because you think about travel and tourism and everybody thinks Jamaica or Mexico or something. We don't even understand it for our own. So I think that the reality is that, number one, the consumer wants us. You know, our referrals are up. Our people wanting a travel advisor, like you said, is there. There's something that's important to the marketplace and to the politicians and everybody to understand that that's there. And number two, the first time I heard ask this whole point about this isn't a handout, this is more like a hurricane, wiped out my home. I mean, when you're talking about businesses that are down 80%, 85%, 90%, whatever, it's absolutely important that we drive that. And I do think that when government policies directly affect the viability of an otherwise healthy industry, I do think that there's a responsibility to that. And throughout this pandemic, we were also talking about the issue. For me, those who know me, I grew up on the supplier side. My dad was a tour operator. I met a group of travel advisors in 1986 that changed my life. And I've spent the last 35 years of my life focused on this incredible group of people because of what their clients thought about them, what they do for a living, et cetera, right? And I do think that as we look at this, you know, we've got to get that message across from the perspective of, you know, this was a year of diversity and inclusion. This is a year of, we cannot allow a pandemic to wipe out the economic engine of, frankly, most economies in the world, which is small and mid-sized businesses. And I do think that that's something that's really important. So I think, you know, you think about female-owned, you think about diversity, you think, I just did a webinar with Sebastian Bazin of Accor. He was talking about how Accor has about a 10% attrition every year. That's 30,000 people. And then he opens up X number of hotels every year. He needs another 50,000 people. But what he was talking about, so 80,000 people every year He goes, the number of people who get jobs in this industry that is a platform for the future because we educate, we do that. And our role as travel advisors in helping that ecosystem is really important. So, luxury clients spending more time, more money, more this, whatever, that is all happening. But my hope is that their opinion making is something that we can use to our advantage.
That's a great point. And I could brag for an hour. I know we're running a little, well, we have a couple minutes. I could brag for hours on the work that ASTA members did during the pandemic to get people home. There was cruise ships that were denied port in certain cities and were actually dropping customers off in other cities, and those who are aboard who worked with a travel advisor were already rebooked on flights home from the second destination city. The work that our members do to care for people is extraordinary. And to think that they're doing that without the sort of hope of remuneration right now it's really motivating. It's motivating to help for us to really get the job done tomorrow, to make sure our elected officials understand that this is an industry that again is worth saving, not only because it was doing great before the pandemic, but the world has gotten more complicated, and travel advisors the professional travel advisors are needed more now than ever. Olga, can you talk to me about the sort of the business that you were transacting before the pandemic, and then how it's changed and how you hope to scale up in the future?
Well, we're certainly counting on the CDC to change their guidelines so that we can really ramp up. Talking about business travel, which is 60% of our business, the guidelines of testing before you come into your country is basically paralyzed the corporate travel, because God forbid you go on a trip for 3 days, if that country is open, you test positive, what happens? You're stranded. You cannot come back into your country. So, I mean, we cannot move forward unless there is an understanding that basically our industry is being, I wouldn't say targeted, but it's being, what difference is it getting on a cruise than going on an all-inclusive in Puerto Cana? What difference is it to go to Walmart on a Sunday? So, we need to put things into the perspective and again, give that customer a choice. Why are we pushing for vaccines and vaccines are not recognizing coming back into our country? We're still requiring that test. So, there's a lot of disparity and there's a lot. And I mean, our business is affected by 80% down.
I mean, in previous pandemics, it would actually bring Americans home to get treated here.
Correct.
And now we're telling them that if you catch a virus in another country, you have to stay there for 14 days.
Talking about what we did and what travel advisors do for customers, for example, we had consulates with 3,000, 4,000 stranded, regionals from their countries. And they were desperate. What do we do for them? We had people sleeping at airports. So what do? We negotiated with hotels close to the airports, and we basically accommodated their residents or foreign nationals that were stranded because they couldn't go back. So this is the type of work that travel advisors does. This is and I always say, we like to say we provide service, and of course we provide service, but I think one of the most important things we give our customers is trust. Trust that we're going to do the best for them. We're going to be on the lookout for them.
It's really well said. I wanted, Abraham Lincoln is one of my favorite political or historical figures. And he said, even way back then when in the 1860s, that public sentiment was all important. It was king. And that with it, you could do anything. And without it, you couldn't do anything. So one of the reasons that we're hosting this press conference here at the Press Club today is to try to help people understand the situation that we're in. So if there is one message, let's actually start down at the other end and then maybe work our way back here. If there's one message that you'd want reiterated today in the press to sort of help shape public opinion, to help people understand the situation that we're in, what would it be? Where do you start? What would come to top of mind? Jackie?
If I had to just pick one message, anything that we can do to increase awareness on the value of working with the travel advisor. The whole travel experience is becoming more and more complex than ever before. We have these travel advisors that take the time to get educated, that have access to resources to ensure that they can direct their customers in the right way. And I just beg, for all the help that we can get to continue to promote the value of working with travel advisors, to continue to tell that story, because it's going to be, an ever-changing scenario for the next quite some time. And having a travel advisor in your corner, if you are a consumer, is the way to go.
Thank you. Alex?
Well, I'll follow that same tack. The value of a travel advisor has never been greater. Every time there's, craziness in the world, travel advisors are in their stripes, right? They really show their value. And we've done that again through this pandemic. There's never been a greater demand for a travel advisor, for consumer advocate, but at the same time, we're hamstrung both because of some of the regulations that still need to be fleshed out and to allow people to travel, but then also from a financial side, being shuttered for this length of time and still knowing and understanding that we have still a bit of ways to go before we can get back to financial viability, right? And really start to grow these businesses. There's a gap there. So we need advisors, but we're going to need help as businesses in order to bring them back so that we can do the work for the consumers and advocate for them, which is also going to help build the suppliers business, the hotels and cruise lines and everyone else who's been impacted, the airlines. And so it's a critical component. I think we sit right in the middle of this. We're a critical component that needs to be identified and funded in such a way that we can rise from this, right? And show everyone really the true value of a travel advisor.
John Pittman always say that travel advisors are demand generators, right? So in order for us to get to the place where we can generate more travel demand, we need help right now. We need to bridge that gap. Thank you for saying that, Jennifer.
First thing would be the stories you write, the articles you do, the interviews you do in the future. Reach out to us. Resources, we can tell the story locally. We can tell the story globally. We can tell the story on behalf of your customer. We've tried to do that over the last 15 months, but it's often not the fun story on the news. And I would implore each of you to reach out locally and nationally. I think the second thing would be after 9/11, there was a coordinated effort. And many of the procedures that we all take for granted today, that you have TSA pre-check or you take your shoes off or you put your liquids in 311, there is not that consistency of standards and procedures and protocols, let alone between states. So I'm a New York resident. Senator Schumer's tired of hearing from me in his office, I'm sure. I have the Excelsior pass that says I can go to Madison Square Garden. It doesn't work for the District of Columbia. I need that little card that was sort of like my library card in the 80s. We need to be able to have interoperability and consistency of standards and protocols, not only in the United States, but then I would go so far as to say around the globe, because we are, again, a global entity where people travel for business and leisure and help economies across the globe. We need that interoperability. And it's not just one Delta flight between one US city and one Italian city that's going to do it. That's a start. But I actually believe we need some kind of coordinated effort in the very near term to help set some standards, because there is mass confusion out there and it changes daily.
Talk a lot about the digital health credential, trying to make sure.
There are about 20 of them out there.
Yeah. It's a really, really important aspect of the recovery.
If we already have the governments that use global entry, pre-check, TSA, if we already have passport numbers loaded, why aren't we looking at systems that are already in place to add the vaccination date and number to it?
That's a great point. I think that's going to fuel the confidence that local elected officials and public health officials around the world are going to need to feel in order to open up the economy again.
It's
so
that
it's
trust.
a great point. Yeah.
It's that trust and confidence without the protocols and procedures that people can get used to and have trust in. A lot of this won't come back. So we need to proactively think what needs to be done now. Because it may take several months. I hope it doesn't take several years, but we need to be very realistic to say what must be done.
And that interoperability and consistency around the globe is really is important. Thank you. That's very helpful. Matthew.
So much good stuff here. Well, first of all, you had the Lincoln referral, so I'll quickly address that one. Simon Sinek has a great book called The Infinite Game, and one of the concepts is the concept of worthy rivals. So Lincoln operated with, right, a team of rivals, such a great book. This is where we're all, this is about unity now. But what I'm going to say is not just unity here, it's unity across the entire globe. So to me, I think the main thing, I remember when I spoke at, you have a Cornell grad, so I'm a little, but I spoke at Cornell to the hospitality students, and
My money was well spent.
and I only say that because it's kind of funny, because let's just say I wasn't the best university student. So when I was did that, I begged those brilliant young hospitality students, always say, before they say they were in hospitality, that they were members of the global travel and tourism industry. We have got to get governments, we have to have a short set of statistics where governments and people in the press know what the totality of this is. $4.5 trillion were lost in travel and tourism in 2020. 62 million jobs across the world, right? Prior to this pandemic, 1 of every 4 new jobs in the world, all new jobs in the world, were in travel and tourism. So we've got to get some standard set of singing by the same hymn book about that, and then we obviously do it to our countries, et cetera, but people, it's still ridiculous after all these years. And I do think this pandemic has brought that home closer than ever before, because sometimes you just really don't understand what you don't have until it's taken away. So I think that would be one of the things, is that yes, we need to talk about travel advisors, but we need to talk about the importance of travel and tourism and the big statistics around it as a job creator. And then to make it real, I like what you were just saying about, it's sort of like when you watch things on TV and it's some major thing, it becomes white noise. I think the idea of actually using a specific person, a specific example that personalizes that is also something that's very important.
I'd make a challenge. There are 365 days. We all are looking back at what happened. Let's go where we're moving forward. Pick a person. We'll give you someone in every local state, county, city, et cetera. There are 365 individual stories to come. You have lots of them in the networks on the stage.
So the statistics, I think, are really important. And I think even more in a more universal way, Matthew, when you're sending planes loads full of tourists back and forth, you're probably not going to send bombs or guns either. So it's such a unifier. So I love that message of sort of the global unity that we need to feel. And the local governments will, if they don't like the job aspects of it or the job creation, maybe they'll pay attention to the taxes, because travel is taxed at almost sin-like rates in a lot of places. And I think maybe there's a story there that we ought to think about. Olga, one message for that you'd like to see in tomorrow's headlines.
I think it's important, extremely important to note that the majority of the travel advisor business are minority owned. They're small businesses, people that have worked for years and years and years to bring their business up, to make what they work so hard for, to make their dream, and their dreams are being tarnished. Their dreams are being destroyed in addition to their livelihoods because of these unsustainable guidelines that have been put by the governments.
It's what Matthew was saying, right? You don't blame the hurricane victim.
Correct.
And that's what's kind of happened here.
And the other end of the headline is, I love technology. I always have. I've been involved in it my entire life. But there's this thing, during the pandemic, we had digital adoption was 10% of the population in 10 years. Then it was 10% in a year. And then it was 10% in 8 weeks. Like, who had forgotten how to use a QR code? I hadn't used a QR code in God knows how long until now all of a sudden it's like, I get, yeah. But the point is that technology and human beings are not mutually exclusive, that you actually can have the best of both worlds. And in fact, that technology that enables the trust and the access, whatever, because we live in an Amazon, Peloton, Google, everything else world, and that's great. But there's this whole thing about those two things are not mutually exclusive. And I think sometimes when we still get the ridiculous things about, oh, I thought everybody did everything online or whatever. I think the bridging those two things together, that they're not mutual, they're actually congruous, right? They're actually
Complementary.
Absolutely. And we are relationship people. What's the first thing we did? First time we all get together, we hugged. Oh, we can hug. We're relationship people. Best businesses in the world are done around a dinner table with a glass of wine. Those are the best transactions. When people say Zoom will take over corporate travel, that will never happen. We're all Zoomed out, meeting out, everything out, because we want to see each other face to face. Our relationships.
The first time you lose business is someone who's willing to get on a plane and see someone face to face. You'll reconsider that. Well, we're a few minutes left. Erica, I know you've been mentioning questions online, and again, so why don't we turn?
Yes,
to you?
we do have a question. The first question comes from a Miami-based reporter. And he asks if we can elaborate on the amicus brief and what are the unique perspectives that ASTA provides that isn't covered under the current litigation.
There's a bright light here,
Yes.
and thankfully I could give you half an answer, but luckily ASTA's lead attorney for our amicus brief is Peter Labasso's here, so we can give him a quick minute, if okay.
That's a wise move, having the attorney
Absolutely.
Well, see where I go, Matthew.
Well prepared. He has the right person next to him.
Let me give that a shot.
You want to grab the mic?
Well, thank you. Great question, and it's wonderful to be here, and it's great to see all this wonderful support. And you've heard some really, really compelling arguments from the panel. But I would just add the reason why we thought it was appropriate to intervene in the litigation is simply to in their pleadings, they simply talk about the impact of the cruise industry on the state of Florida. Likewise, in Alaska, as they're proposing to intervene in the case, they're talking about what the shutdown of the Alaska cruise business means to them. Likewise, in Texas, as they're also seeking to intervene. But none of those states have the same perspective that we do as a nationwide trade association. So we were able to paint a much broader and frankly, a much fuller picture of the impact of the defendant's actions on the industry as a whole. And we also talk in a lot of detail in the brief about the typical travel advisor. As you've heard on the panel, we're talking about small, predominantly female-run businesses, 98% of which are considered small businesses under the Small Business Administration guidelines. These are folks who are the least able of any player in the whole travel ecosystem to weather a shutdown that's gone on as long as it has. So we feel that there was a lot to be said, and we are hopeful that the court will agree and allow our brief to be considered. Thank you.
Our next question's really for the whole panel. What are some positive indicators of travel's return? We can
Jackie,
start down
we
the
start.
line.
Yeah, why don't we start again on that side?
Sure.
Positive indicators, travel's return.
I mean, some of it's anecdotal. We're seeing it in the numbers. We are hearing it, from our advisors. Depending on where folks are in the country, their readiness is a little different. No doubt that travel for 22 and 23 is really building, frankly, on a record pace. But more and more people are booking for 21. And, when I talk to advisors, they're in a more positive place. We see the sales numbers. We had our best ARC week this week, since early last March, and we're definitely seeing the trends move in a positive direction. So both the data that we get, the reports that we get, but also talking to advisors.
Yeah, we can either go down the line or Alex? Yeah.
Same thing. From a business perspective, inquiries are up incredibly. Overall for 2022, when we look a year ahead versus previous years, we're up over 20%. So I think 26% versus where we've been in the past. And so that's encouraging. The 2021 business, which we need to materialize, is probably the most concerning, right? It's most volatile because people not sure where they can travel, if they'll be able to travel, and what that experience will look like. So we're trying to paint that picture, but we continue to have to redo it. So the future is bright. What I worry about is, again, this gap and how, if an agency that has 10 advisors through the pandemic went to 3, right? How can the 3 rebuild their business to the level they were before? Or are they forever going to be half the business they were, right? So they need to be able to ramp up so that we can take these inquiries, so that we can convert them, so that we can give the customers confidence to travel, right? So we're seeing some great signs. As I said, our cruise business is up very strong for 22 and beyond. But there's more to be captured, and we're going to need the people to do it.
Jen?
I'm a glasses half full person, but it's how we interpret the numbers. I'm happy I'm down 77% today, but I'm still down 77%. We used to be a 75% international type client, 70% front of the plane. International travel still really doesn't exist at any level now. You look at the TSA numbers and the articles are great, but again, it's only half the story. Yes, we're good over worse or good over bad. We're still 2/3 approximately where we were at a high. So we need to set the facts, but we need to be realistic with them. So am I happy to see hotel as the #1 travel type? Yes. Am I happy to see that we're primarily domestic? Yes. Does that actually serve the customer that I used to serve or that still wants to be served? No. There are articles that Italy's open, but there are restrictions and quarantines in cities. And a client the other day said to me, I didn't want to bother you, so I booked the air on my own, Spain and Portugal. I went to the hotel on my own and booked it. And I came to you because you guys always have the best guides and insider access. I said, fantastic. And I said, you do realize you probably aren't going to be able to go between those 2 countries based on the quarantine and restriction. And she looked horrified. And I said, no one's looking at you at the entire traveler. No one's looking at you, your air, your hotel, just like your passport, when does it expire? No one's looking at you holistically, like your financial planner would, like your accountant would, like your doctor would. And we need to tell the good story, but we need to have the accurate facts, benchmark it over 2019. We need to be able to say, look at it holistically. Because for me to sit up here and say, hotel's my #1 travel type, that's a story for the moment. That's not where I'm looking to be in the future. So I would encourage everyone to sort of get past surviving and back to a thriving mindset.
Very good. That's from the sewer into the gutter and hopefully climbing onto the curb.
I'll reward that for you, Zane. We're going to go from
Well,
struggling,
down 90% to 77% is what I mean. It's just
struggling
yes,
to surviving to thriving.
to thriving.
But we can't do it without real facts, real stories, real news articles, and our elected officials.
Yes.
No gutters, no curbs. Okay.
Well said, Matthew.
I think obviously the pent-up demand is real. Right now, travel is being driven by policy. You take something away from human beings that they took for granted, and it's going to turbocharge. But you and I had a conversation this morning. The problem with this is that I appreciate the question, but also, you know, I don't want to put it out there that, well, we have these positive signs and everything's okay, because that means we don't understand this particular business model. So I think from the perspective of, I want to focus on, yes, we have some forward positivity, but what other business got hit by these percentages, right? And I think that's what entrepreneurially deserves the type of support that we're asking politicians and people for, right? If you believe in entrepreneurship, if you believe in small businesses, if you believe in travel and tourism as an engine, you know, of full recovery. I made a statement, you know, halfway through the whatever, there will not be a full recovery of the economy without recovery of travel, right? And so I think that's the only, I appreciate it. We do have positive things, but exactly what we all said here,
It's
there
that
is
gap.
there's this gap.
We've got to get, and I think the forward-looking stuff is really bright, but it just amplifies the need for us to get there, for us to have that bridge that helps us get there.
And it also goes back to this whole thing about advocates for the consumer. It's like that's been one of our ASTA's biggest things for how many years, right? We don't want to gut the advocate of the consumer.
Very good, Olga. We're gonna wrap up here. We
It's very
please.
quick because it has been
Yeah.
said by the rest of the panel better than what I could say. But basically, the only positive thing that has come out of this year, 15 months of shutdown, is that the customer is eager and dying to travel. That's what the customer wants. So if we get the support we need, if we get the worldwide guidelines we need, it's like Matthew said, if you have a chocolate there and they tell you you can't eat it, you want it. So being locked down for all this time makes it the customer want to even more. We have customers that come to us and say, where can you take me? Where can I go? I just want to go anywhere. So that's the only positive thing that has come out of this. Whoever didn't travel before wants to travel now because they have been held back.
Just when we talked about the whole health digital passport. I mean, we're ahead on vaccinations. The EU is now ahead on Green Pass. But very tangible thing. If CBP could just come up with the particular format, everybody's gonna program to that format. So
we want to get the
companion.
bill, the Alaska bill through for cruises. How do we do stand?
Parts of the travel industry have gotten tremendous amounts of relief, including airlines and buses and hotels. And so since we're less visible, one of the reasons why we're here today is to make sure that we're telling the story that this less visible but crucial part of the travel industry is important enough to save too.
And will the SAVE Act be enough?
No, the SAVE Act will not be enough, but the SAVE Act, along with trying to get Alaskan cruises restarted, with trying to get a credit for anyone who wants to take a trip this year, plus, we have to work with what we have and then obviously plan for the future. Please join me in thanking our panelists today, Jackie Friedman, Alex Sharp, Jennifer Siguse, Matthew Upchurch, and Olga Muda. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
After the photo, yeah. Yeah.